Oh, hello everybody, and welcome to whatever this is, because oh my god, there's some exciting news that I think a lot of people are interested in that I guess Katie Joy broke and then Steve confirmed over and around Judgment Call this morning or afternoon, depending on, your time zone and, good local zone to you, wherever you may be, that KG is getting sued by Steve for defamation. And the internet's been losing its shit ever since. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing?
Don't everyone speak at once?
Oh, yeah, right. Hi.
Right?
Thanks,
I
assholes.
pushed to talk, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought you were talking to. I thought you were talking
Jesus.
to the audience, not us.
Yeah, I got pushed to talk as well, so.
Listen, hi everybody in here. Hello everybody out there. Hello anyone who is lurking. Hello anybody who is in chat. Welcome to... Let's take a look at how this has gone. Goody. Yay!
This is Mr. Serious, and I knew that she meant for us to talk, but I was just leaving her hanging on purpose.
Oh,
That's
thanks.
pretty cool, dude.
That's harsh. I don't feel like I deserved that. Anybody who
You're
is
welcome.
a member or a patron is able to join into this Discord server, by the way. I will make sure if you join during this time that I can send you a message on either Twitter or whatever to get that to you. I actually tell you what I'll do is I will make a community post right the hell now, so anybody who wants to join and become a member, you can join in by going to that post that will have the Discord join link on it. So, how have you guys been feeling? I've kind of been looking at this quite a bit because, this has been sort of going on for a while. What are you guys thinking?
Remember when we all joined together last time and I said there was a shitstorm brewing?
It's
The
true.
shitstorm didn't even fucking brew, it just fucking formed.
Yeah, this is definitely what I would call a shitstorm.
There is a shitstorm, yes, but I am actually very surprised by the overwhelming amount of support that has come out. Very interesting. I don't usually see that. Usually it's me having to kind of sift through the garbage, and this time there's a lot of love out there. So everybody out there who's been delivering lots of love out there on Twitter, let me tell you, I'm not used to it. I might have to take a shower tonight.
It's like everything has been sickeningly sweet, and we're so used to just getting shit on all the time that it's just like there's an Last time, okay, so the first time Steve had trouble with Katie Joy was during the Non Sequitur Show stuff, where she accused him of medical fraud, like frauding the VA, something about his taxes, and sexual harassment, and then that was the first time. The second time was when he was responding to her allegations, and she tried to file an RO against him, which she then dropped. And now this is the third time, and there's been a whole ton of support this time, and it's nice to see.
Yeah, for once. I hope this is a trend that can continue. Hopefully people can stand up for a better community. It's when people act like garbage and nobody, like... This is something that I find really tragic, is when people will say, like, oh, well, how come you keep complaining about this? Or, hey, how come you keep complaining about this? Like, when you're talking about, like, Matt earlier in the earlier show, and that's, like, one of the complaints they keep bringing up. Oh, you bring up drama. When you bring up these things, it's because you have a problem with these things. You don't want to live in a community where these things are okay. That's one of the reasons why this lawsuit exists. This should not be okay in our community. This should not be okay online. That's why this is happening. So we're making that Steve's trying to make that statement that this kind of thing should not be permissible, and it shouldn't be, and that this is why this is happening. And I don't want to live in a community where this is permissible. I'm totally 100% behind Steve on this.
Yeah, does everybody want to introduce themselves, by the way, so we kind of have an idea of who's in here? You don't have to if you don't want to, but, if you do.
Oh, I'm Mr. Serious if anybody didn't hear me the first time.
Smitty, prefer to remain anonymous.
I'm Jack of Hearts on Twitch. I'm the world's okayest speedrunner. I don't know if you can see that.
I'm Nikki Daly. Everyone knows me.
I'm Rez. I'm the guy that shouted a lot yesterday.
Yeah, to be fair. So, Todd was asking, Dottie makes a good point and says the anti-KJ community is strong, and yeah, she's got a whole subreddit, and I've got some stuff that I want to show you guys while we're talking about this, but we just had someone else jump in here. Hello, who's that?
Hello, everybody.
That who I think it is.
It is.
I knew I was gonna have to turn down Manya's audio when she got in here.
Hey. Yeah, I'm using headphones at the moment, so that's why, yeah, I might be loud. And I'm sitting in a big room
That's good, though.
with
A
high
gigantic
ceilings.
monitor in front of your face.
How are you feeling about all
I'm
this
at
stuff,
work.
Manya?
Oh, okay, never mind.
Well, I'm just gonna say this. How you like that? I'm just gonna ask Katie Joy that question. How you like that, Katie? And also Todd Chrisley getting involved in all this. Ooh, baby. We've got some real fireworks going off now, and Todd Chrisley alluded to the fact that there might be 3 more people joining him in suing Katie, so, oh boy.
Does
Oh,
anybody,
boy.
is anybody actually terribly surprised that Steve is finally suing KJ?
No.
Nope.
I thought it's a long time coming.
Yeah, I'm surprised it took this long.
Oh, that's
I
fair.
honestly, I kind of wasn't sure if he was going to do it or not, but I knew that as soon as he was going to, if he was going to, that it was a slam dunk. Like, it was no question. Like, oh, you're going to sue KJ? You got it. Like, I knew. It was like, she'd done too much. I just didn't know when the straw was going to break the camel's back, you know?
I've seen some people talk about how, well, maybe Steve should just shut up. Maybe Steve shouldn't talk about this. Maybe Steve shouldn't talk about what has happened to him. And then things would stop or go away. And my biggest criticism of that is, would it? What makes you think that it would stop? He didn't instigate anything with her. He never has instigated anything with her. But neither have the Duggars. And she didn't stop. And she started shit with the Todd Chrisley, and he backed off of her because she seemed to have stopped, and then she came back to it, and so he went in. This is all people defending themselves and responding to KJ's actions. These are the consequences of her behavior.
This is her bread and butter. She's making her money doing this. Why would she stop?
Exactly.
It's her job. She's a journalist.
she never waited for people to antagonize her in the first place. She's on the attack. So,
Yeah, I think so. She doesn't realize when to stop. There's
Well,
a
she
limit.
plays
Like,
both,
there are
right?
many. Yeah, she plays both sides, number one. Number two, there are like people on YouTube, on the internet who do LARP, and who like are trolls, but they draw a line. They know when to step back. Katie doesn't know that, and she thinks that she should be treated exclusively for some reason. I don't know why. Why does she think, especially around things like, oh, don't talk about me. I'm just talking about TV personalities, so no one should talk about me. No, the common factor is you're talking about public personalities. You're also a public person. Whatever you put out goes public. You just can't expect to rescind stuff after you put out in public.
This
People
reads
will
to me like, don't talk
replicate
about
that
me, talk about
information.
you. Yeah.
Exactly. No, but it's also about, it's she expects this to be treated differently and exclusively, that people shouldn't touch her for some reason. Like, she went after, if I'm not wrong, she went after Truth Sleuth, if I'm not wrong, when Truth Sleuth was doing her videos about her, and she said, oh, don't talk about me, I don't talk about you. That's not how it works, Katie.
No, none
That's
of
not
the
how it
people that
works.
you've talked about started by making videos about you, right? Like, the Duggars don't talk about KJ. They didn't have a channel talking
Exactly.
about her to, like, instigate her in any
Yeah.
way. There's a couple
Yeah.
chats. Firefly said she's a journalist when she's being sued. Good point. Yes. And Serena said, "Why did Chrisley mention 5 litigants?" Good question. We're gonna have to wait and find out because so far we've got who? We've got Todd, Chrisley, Steve, and then he mentioned 3 others. So that's a total of 5. So we could speculate about who the other 5 might be. Maybe Toddy's gonna come back. I don't fucking know. Maybe Truth Sleuth is actually gonna get involved in the litigation. I'm not sure. But that's all it would be, speculation. Ginger also says, I have 0 respect for any woman who does a fake #MeToo. Yeah, that's bullshit. In my opinion.
Yeah,
it's like
that just drags down the entire like movement.
The whole point.
Exactly. Yeah.
I've got I will share some screenshots here with you guys of sort of the this has been Katie Joy's reaction to finding out that she was getting sued by Steve.
Oh, are you going to include the one that I showed?
If you want me to show anything, put it in the
okay.
The voice channel shenanigans, so it'll show on screen anyway.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay, so here we've got this was Katie's reaction. Oh my god, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Steve McRae is suing me for defamation. Let's do this. My countersuit with damages is ready to go. This reads to me the exact same thing that Kyle said.
Oh yeah.
I'm ready to go. Let's do this.
Fuck you. Let's do this.
And then she said, Discovery is going to be amazing. This means we can subpoena all social media accounts. We can truly find out what was done behind the scenes to damage my reputation. I think we will countersue for about $500K in damages, maybe more. So Todd in the chat was asking where I got $500K from. It was this. This is right there. So there's a couple things that are really funny about this. One of them is we can truly find out what was done behind the scenes to damage my reputation. The only thing damaging Katie's reputation is Katie. Let's be real. Like, who has done anything that isn't just talking about what she's already said or done? Katie Joy debunks Katie Joy.
Exactly.
So let's take a look at behind the scenes of Steve to look at all this fucking nothing.
Nothing.
Steve's already
fucking nothing.
Right, Steve's already given out his like entire history to Ruhif for the Kyle case. You think he's not gonna drop it here if he needs to? Doesn't give a shit.
Nope.
What would Steve be planning, right? Like, this goes back to anything that's ever bad that ever has happened to Katie Joy obviously has to have something to do with the people that she doesn't like or have slightly criticized her in the past.
Yeah, it's
convenient.
Convenient, yes. It's and her narrative around this has changed so many times. Like the first she tried to say was she tagged a tweet where Steve was complimenting a guest, and then she screenshotted that conveniently moving her comment from that screenshot where she was talking about that guest's boobs. She presented that as if to somehow say that that's what Steve did to her, that comment was, was addressed to her when Steve was talking to that guest who's a porn star, and then the story changed, and it kept changing again, and finally it has come to this. The reason when she was on Kay Baxter's live stream, and she was like, "Oh, it's not like that I have lodged a case against him, but you have lodged a social media campaign against him. That's what you have done, and you have attacked him again and again." And she was like, "Oh, I just want to move on." We know why you want to move on, because you lied, and you don't want people to discover that you lied. So karma's a bitch, baby. Let's just say that.
Well, that's what it comes down to a lot of the time too, right? Like what is she really? It seems to. Whoa, I just widened. Whoa. There we go. It seems to me that there's not like a whole lot. Like, was she even ready for this? Like, her reaction reads as like just that, a reaction. It's not actually like thought through. So, but let's take a look here. We've got in the chat we've got how long until Steve serves Jason with papers, then exiled Nate, Agrippa, Menace, Spackle, and whoever are going to shut the fuck up and don't want to be served. The question, I think that's a fair question, as in, I'm a little bit more curious as to in what regards do they end up being, because a deposition or a discovery goes both ways, right? So if Steve is is getting discovered, then so is Katie, which would thus include anything that Katie who Katie has been talking to about Steve. So what are the odds that those people end up as evidence one way or another within this case? And I would say very high. I would say it's very high that these people will be named in some way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah, she made a call out anyways on her Twitter asking for witnesses, people who have witnessed her being harassed, to contact her. I don't know what she means by that. Okay, so you want more people to be involved as witnesses? Cool, let's do it.
Right?
Let's do that. Why not?
So,
but
let's take a look
yeah,
at your
but then
screenshot.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna zoom in here. So it says, so Katie tweeted something about if you have been a witness to the harassment over the past 6 years, yada yada yada. And then somebody screenshotted what you said, and because you had said, I would advise folks out there to not involve themselves in a case they have no relation to unless you want to become a party in a lawsuit. At OPT, what say you, sir? Now, for anybody who is come over to this channel who doesn't know who OPT is, OPT has been a godsend who actually is a lawyer, and he's a wonderful person, and you should absolutely go and check him out. He is the friendliest lawyer I have ever had the pleasure of speaking to, which implies I've talked to a lot more lawyers than I actually have, but hey, you know what? It's fine. Don't worry about that. But he's fantastic. And I definitely recommend going and showing him some support. Menace to Sobriety, because of course, says, Team McCrae already trying to intimidate witnesses, LOL. And then Katie said, intimidation of a witness is not advisable. Golden Unicorn, I am asking anyone with credible information to come forward, thank you. Katie is like 7 steps before the horse of like where this litigation is, which is funny, but also there's this bit in here about why are you retweeting legal advice from Menace? No.
Oh, is it that guy who claimed that they saw Kyle log into their accounts and they saw all the transactions and everything? Oh yeah, that account that never existed. Oh yeah.
Russian
guy.
Blue.
Cajun.
Yeah, oh yeah. Russian Blue for Russian Blue 90 Day Fiance says Unirock. Yeah, they're in that discovery. Maybe there will be some discovery about KJ and Unirock's buddies and Unirock's himself's DMs. Good point. Cajun Crustacean for 2 says KJ purging all her posts again in 3, 2, 1. It is way too late for that, my friend.
I've got something on that.
Yeah, please.
She can purge them, but guess what? They get subpoenaed. They will be found. All of them.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if I can make this bigger for anybody to see, so that way it's a little bit easier for outside chat to see it. This is like... okay, so like intimidating witnesses. I have a question. Where in Manya's tweet does it say anything about witnesses? This actually specifies people that have no relation, which wouldn't be witnesses. Witnesses have a relation.
Oh god, and English is my second language.
How
Holy
are
shit.
you better at English than the Canadian guy? God damn it.
I don't know. Or maybe because they're dishonest. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
Oh wow, shocking.
Is he French Canadian?
No, good question. I don't know. I
I
feel like that's considering that we've had Mika on the channel, I feel like that's not a very good excuse. Because you would never be able to tell that she's French. The Without a Crystal Ball subreddit captures all of her tweets anyway. Yeah, there is no going back with her tweets at this point. Especially, keep in mind that Astronomy Live, if I'm not mistaken, unprompted, decided to make a bot that captures any deleted tweets from a particular person. So
I guess she wants to run with the narrative that she put out on Kay Baxter's live stream that I'm cruel. So that's why misrepresenting my statement and saying that I'm trying to intimidate someone. Fuck.
Can I ask for clarification from you, Manya?
Go on.
So I'm curious. Would Ben from the Non Sequitur Showcase, Kyle's ex-boyfriend, count as someone who had no relationship, who involved himself?
No, he was involved, wasn't he? His signatures were forged on the document.
Okay, so yeah, people who actually have a relation to the case, you're not saying they don't come forward. You're talking like somebody like, I don't know,
trolls and stuff.
Maybe somebody who's completely unrelated, who has absolutely nothing to say about any case whatsoever, like, I don't know, Batty.
Oh, Nate the lawyer, you know? Oh, that
maybe.
One? Nate the liar.
All right.
Sobriety.
I asked a question, and I said and I'm gonna let chat answer before we move forward on that. And it's, how long do you think it's going to be before Nate decides he wants to involve himself in this and get everything wrong? So
2 seconds.
Chat, you let me know how long it's going to be before Nate decides to insert himself, let's say. And I'm going to give you guys like a minute or two to answer, and then I'm going to give you the answer.
I was going to say already. He has already done it.
Yeah, I was literally about to say trick question.
That's a spoiler.
I suspect too.
You guys don't let the chat have any fun.
Negative time.
They already know. Yesterday already has. Oh god, my chat's got me busted, man. They know. We know
your
game
blocked me, but I would assume that he'd already he couldn't hold back. It's something that has to do with Steve, so his hate boner is never ending. It's never ending.
Already, he already tweeted about it. -4 hours already happened. God damn it, you guys! I've been caught.
No.
My goblin plans, my elaborate ruse has fallen apart. No.
We know your tricks.
Oh god.
Shush, honey, you're too predictable.
Damn it! I've been spoiled all over again.
Not very good at being a goblin.
Right? Apparently. There's some fun tweets in here that have been dropped within the Discord. From September 21st, 2019. I'm confused, Katie. Are you a blogger or a reporter? You are always saying, quote, "This is my opinion." So why are people holding you to so accountable? I like your videos. Katie responds with, "I don't know what I call myself. On Pathos, I write a column, which is mostly op-ed. I've never claimed to be unbiased, nor a traditional journalist. I do more investigative work, which means it's not always popular opinion or what the mainstream will report. And then, response to Godless Engineer's wife, because of course it is. Absolutely, she and I have had disagreements. I am a journalist and use provocative language to elicit emotional response. She is pragmatic and thoughtful about nearly everything. She, and then it cuts off. Everything comes from court records. I am a journalist. I have all the proof here. Jimmy Snow's super duper not apology then says, Jimmy, you know I have your back. I'm here for you anytime. Hey, Jimmy, are you still friends with KJ and Kyle? And I'm curious.
Oh god, this is going to be funny. This is going to be fun. This is going to be so fun.
Somebody made a really good point on Twitter saying that, like, listen, Steve is transparent as fuck. We already know what Steve's side is. Steve's side's gonna be boring. But I'm like, yo, you ain't wrong. It's just Steve's side is gonna be to the surprise of absolutely fucking nobody.
Yeah, I mean, that's so weird. It's like, I hate this freaking narrative that, oh, what is he hiding? Let's go check his DMs. It's like, oh my god, like put me to freaking sleep. Like, I do not have all the time in the world to go through his boring ass DMs. I mean, like, I've seen his DMs, okay, not all of them, but he shows his DMs sometimes for some benign, stupid reason. It's never anything interesting.
I'm just gonna say this. Philosophy is already a boring subject for a lot of people. Chesh at least makes it interesting because of her personality. Steve makes something already sleep-inducing, comatosing.
I wasn't gonna go that far, but
I will, because I've told him stuff similar to this. I cannot watch his philosophy streams because they will put me to sleep.
Listen, that's literally, we talked about this on Judgment Call, because that's the whole reason I'm there. Because Steve has a very particular way of speaking, and that's fine, but it can be very, very dry. So the whole reason or a little bit too advanced, right? It's got too much jargon in it. And so, like, that's the whole reason I'm there, is to be like, okay, so we're gonna take this and we're gonna make it about the Flash. we're gonna make it about comic books. Because nobody understands what you're fucking saying.
You should try watching his math streams.
Uncovering hypocrisy makes a really good point. Doesn't Ben have screenshots of a conversation with Katie? Because if we recall, the last time me and Steve spoke on air with Ben, he said that one of the people who came to him in DMs when shit was going down was fucking Katie, because of course it was, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, but also to the facepalm of absolutely everybody. and so now she had deleted that account. However, Steve said today that he might be able to get a hold of that. So he might be able to get a hold of whatever Katie said to Ben. That might be super duper spicy. That's got some potential.
I'm just gonna call it here. I think it's probably gonna be boring.
Well,
if it's much at all.
The reason why I bring it up is because if we're gonna talk about intimidating a witness, like, why would she be messaging Kyle's ex-boyfriend, right?
She might be dumb fuck of the year, but I don't think she's that dumb.
Ooh, okay, hold on. Let me pull that up, because that was great. That's a whole nother... Give me a minute, I gotta find that shit, because that shit's hilarious. Let me
Why am I the person that's not giving people the most charity anymore? Like, I'm the charity guy, yet everybody today seems to be giving people more charity than me. I don't get it. Like, I think she's that dumb. Like, but I'm the charity guy.
I don't know. Like, I have a hard time believing anybody is that dumb. especially knowing just how much of our lives are on the internet these days.
Res. Flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, COVID deniers, and Trump supporters.
Okay, you know what? Yes. Alright, you've turned me around. Yeah, she's that dumb.
Way to alienate the Trump supporters in our audience.
You mean the people who support Unirock?
Yeah, same thing.
And you guys have offended me so much tonight, I just cannot stand listening to any more of this Trump bashing.
So here's Katie Joy tweeting earlier today. Remember when you uploaded a video to your channel called quote dumb fuck of the year and you nominated me ? I'm gonna play this lovely video for everybody. Hey KJ, did you forget at the start of Dumb Fuck of the Year, we state explicitly that the award is a joke and should not be taken seriously by anybody?
So anyway, guys.
Let's play this real quick.
So anyway, guys, how are y'all doing? This is the 7th annual Dumb Fuck of the Year nomination ceremony. Last time I said it was the 8th annual. Just don't know why we skipped 7, because 7 is so... fine. Okay, so anyway, guys, how are y'all doing? This is the 7th annual Dumb Fuck of the Year nomination ceremony. Last time I said it was the 8th annual. Just don't know why we skipped 7, because 7 is so awesome. Yeah, before we get started, just to let you guys know, once again, this award is a joke.
Extremely serious.
It should not be taken seriously by anybody, which is why you can go fuck yourself, Fight the Flat Earth.
Red, you made a mistake. What you actually read was actually Trump's latest speech.
Yeah, the election's not serious.
Yes. So, like I said, this award is a joke. Should not be taken seriously. With that, let's get started. How are you all doing?
Jeez,
wow.
Can I just say this? I really wish Game Striper would come back onto YouTube.
Who? Sorry?
Geo Striper.
Geo. Yeah, Geo's been away for a little while. He's been busy. I've seen him tweet a little bit, but not too much.
Oh yeah, same here. But it's just, I really wish he'd come back because we need his humor right about now.
Listen, if he wants in, I am more than happy to send him a link to get in here if he is interested. But if you guys remember, she didn't win. She didn't even win the award. But it's odd that she seems to think that being called a dumb fuck is libel or defamation, because one, even if someone was able to prove for a definitive fact or even say it as if it were a fact that she is a dumb fuck, a dumb fuck isn't a real thing. Like, there's not like a scale. There's not like an overarching. So it not only is this opinion
to her reputation, that's the question. Can she demonstrate that?
Well, okay, can she? I think somebody actually made a. Hold on, let me share something else with you, because there was some follow up on this. Let me just switch the change windows here to this, which is welcome to the Without a Crystal Ball subreddit. Remember when you upload a video to your channel called Dumb Fuck of the Year and you nominated me? First off, whoever posted this, though I appreciate you, please, for the love of God, dark mode, my friend. Secondly, the comments. Oh my god. Wait, is this the best you got, KJ? This? Because this is what she is posting in response to being sued for defamation. This is today. Right? So you're getting sued because of all of the defamatory shit you've said about Steve. And your response is, you made a video about me, about Dumb Fuck of the Year in 2019, which may or may not be past the statute of limitation.
Do you want to know why? It's because she's a dumb fuck.
Oh, rough. That's savage, dude. You can't say that.
If you guys
my bad.
If you guys remember on Always Sunny when Frank Reynolds got the certificate exonerating him of donkey brains, I would love to see her get one that proves that she is not a dumb fuck.
Since we
Wait,
all
that's a
know...
thing that happened?
Yeah. Okay, since we all know that Kyle is winning Dumb Fuck of the Year this year, like that's just happening, right? There's not gonna be a competition. He's just gonna get announced as a winner, and that's what's gonna happen. That's where I'm placing my bet. Okay, fine. What I think we should do is have a competition where we all nominate each other of who's had the worst take or said the dumbest thing this year. So, like, Steve nominates me, I nominate Reds nominates Geo nominates Astronomy Live, or whatever, and we all nominate each other, and then whoever wins, we have a roast about. That's the award ceremony.
I'm down for that.
Does that not sound like super duper fun? Because, like, this is the thing. For some reason, people started taking Dumb Fuck the Year seriously, like Katie Joy for some reason. And it's not supposed to be serious, so do you guys not think that it would be super duper fun to make Dumb Fuck of the Year nominating ourselves for the dumbest shit we've said in the past year or had the worst takes on, and we all argue about which one of us is the dumbest, and then whoever wins, like who's ever the dumbest, gets to get a roast about themselves as the award ceremony.
I like it.
Like, let's make it fun again.
Well, I'm in, but I say keep it serious. Vote for serious.
Oh, son of a bitch, he's starting early. That's not fair. Oh, wait, I forgot.
Such cringe.
Dumb fuck
Make
the Year is all about
DFOTY
cheating
dumb
anyway.
again.
Hey, you know, I could throw my name out there because apparently I've said some dumb shit. It's got me barred from other YouTube channels, so...
I don't know what Steve's haters would do. Like, do they all vote for Steve, or do they just not want him to win?
I mean, I don't want to, like, toot my own horn or anything, but I did get banned from 82's Discord.
How did you... What?
Oh
That's impressive,
God,
actually. How did you get banned from 82's Discord? He doesn't ban anybody.
It wasn't him. It was one of his mods. I basically had an opinion on Star Trek that he disagreed with, and then he kept following me around and harassing me. And they just kicked me out.
That will do
That
it.
is the most 82 Productions thing to get banned for I have ever fucking heard. Holy shit.
You do not fuck with Star Trek on 82's Discord.
Hey, did you guys remember when the internet used to be about fun shit and nobody cared? That's what this is. That's what we're back, guys. Alright, so let's take a look.
Make the internet great again.
Please.
Let's take a look and see what people had to say in response to this, because some of these comments are gold. So, did she win, or was it just an honor to be nominated? I recall, she in fact did not win. But the only reason she didn't win was because people stopped vying to get her voted to win, because people got really upset and took it way too seriously that only a flat earther was able to win, even though the award didn't even initiate around flat earthers. So it got really weird, and there were like some flat earth purists over Dumb Fuck of the Year. Like, there's no way you could be dumb. They were basically like, there's no way you could be dumber than thinking the earth is flat. And it's just the past 2 years have essentially been like, oh, really?
The only way you can be dumber than flat earthers is getting mad for an award that wasn't centered around flat earthers, called Dumb Fuck of the Year, and being mad that it's not centered around flat earthers.
I think...
What?
Personally, I think when it comes to flat earthers, they are like the bar that is below that is serious, probably needs mental help and many drugs.
Okay, so there's actually a rule
bar
for...
is help, like, you can help some people above
There's a
over that
rule
bar.
for Dumb Fuck of the Year, is that you have to be a dumb fuck by choice, not by disability. So there's a reason why, like, nobody ever nominates Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. He's not accepted as somebody who's allowed to be nominated. Because
I see what you did there.
Well, there's a lot of people who decided not to have these conversations with him anymore because they were concerned for him. It wasn't because they disliked him. It wasn't because there weren't bad ideas, but it was because they were concerned that engaging with him was causing more issues for him, more problems for him, right? And so because that's never what the debunking community or the flat earth debunking community was ever about. It was never about just making money. It was never about taking advantage of stupid people. It was about the science, right? This is a reason why I was never a flat earth debunker. I don't do the math. That's not the type of discussion. That's not the type of shit I do. I talk about, like, shitty argumentation, which is the philosophical route, not the physics route, right? Anyway, back on topic. Did she win, or was she? Was it just an honor to be nominated? She did not win. Peter Riley won because apparently peeing in a bottle on stream trumped peeing on stream with the phone on the counter. Sorry.
Oh shit.
I think many nominated her, so instead of just Steve, like lots of people nominated her. Probably not wrong. She came very close. Actually, yeah, she did pretty well considering, like, most people stopped the campaign, like, halfway through because of the purists. Please, Katie, this is my favorite one. Please, Katie, prove to us all and the court that you are not indeed a dumb fuck. I'll wait. How do you demonstrate in court that you are or are not a dumb fuck?
She can get a certificate that exonerates her of all dumb fuck.
It's such a bizarre. This is what I mean when I say a dumb fuck isn't a real thing. There's no measurement. There's no slander to that. It's not like, oh, I'm saying this person has herpes or an STD. That's a thing that could, like, cause somebody harm. A dumb fuck is like a vague notion of stupidity. Like, that's... How do you demonstrate that you are or are not a dumb fuck to a court?
A blood test?
No, I think you're thinking of the movie The Thing.
Like the old one with the... Oh god,
the
no!
old one.
Oh, no, because there's two. They came
the
up with
in the blood and the monster comes out.
Oh my god, what's that guy's name? I love him.
Kurt Russell?
Kurt Russell, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Kurt Russell. That's the one you're talking about.
Indeed.
I love that movie. I love Kurt Russell. Big Trouble in Little China is my favorite.
Guys, I have to get back to work. Thanks for having me on.
Boo.
And enjoy the stream. Can't help it, man. Different time zones, I guess.
Feel free to be in the chat for the voice channel, by the way. It'll still pop up.
Oh, okay, cool. We'll do that. Cheers. Bye.
See ya.
Take care.
Good night, Money.
I really just want her to put this in the court documents because I want to see the judge's reaction to KK being the dumb fuck of the year. I remember when she won. Sadly, she did not win. Insulting someone is not defamation, I'm pretty sure. Correct. Sadly. Unfortunately. Having an opinion of somebody is not defamation, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do this right now.
Godless Scummer asks,
Could
a new legal precedent be set here where someone is officially declared a dumb fucking court? Alright, so...
I don't know, is Kyle about ready to be lined up for that one?
Alright, two things before... One, I'm gonna let you guys vote who are in here right now. Welcome, Dapper. You get to be the first to speak on this. Second,
I should not be the first to speak on this.
Chat, that's why it's happening. Chat. Chat, you need to tell me, could a new legal precedent be set here where someone is officially declared a dumb fuck by the court? 1 for yes, 2 for no, 69 for this is ridiculous. Dapper, what do you think? Could a new precedent be set?
I mean,
okay, 69 is for all of the above.
I guess I can't say it's impossible. It seems extremely unlikely that that's going to be a precedent that's set. I have trouble imagining that that's the world we live in, but maybe.
All right.
I don't know. If
All
Trump
right, hear me
could
out.
manage it, man, I don't think anybody could.
Okay, hear me out.
I mean, I guess.
Katie gets labeled by a court of being dumb fuck, and then it gets applied to Kent Hovind's lawsuit over here.
Well,
Because the precedent is set.
let's play out the course of events here. She presents that to the judge. The judge looks at it, smacks their head, shakes it, and says, "Yes, you are a dumb fuck."
Okay, if the judge rules that Katie's a dumb fuck, is he legally bound to vote that in our dumb fuck of the year?
Oh, good question. That might present a conflict of interest. On the plus side, dumb fuck of the year is a fake award that is encouraging cheating, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, judging her to be a dumb fuck in court, would that not be a default vote?
So you're saying that by default, because a court dictated that she was a dumb fuck, that she is now a dumb fuck in perpetuity? Forever?
Yes.
By default?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
I think that's a fair point. Yeah, like, is she now the winner forever?
I was gonna say, yeah, like, she'd be in perpetuity the winner of Dumb Fuck of the Year.
Yeah.
And any other award given by vote, by competition vote, would then be runner-up.
Ooh. Well, then you would just take out the first place spot and be like, listen, this is a competition for second place. We have a disclaimer saying, hey, listen, this person has won in perpetuity. Here's the 10-year anniversary award. You're welcome. Now we go on to find out who we're talking about now.
Here's my counter, though.
Mm-hmm.
DFOTY is supposed to be for dumb stuff the person has done in the past year.
That's true.
So you can't really have it in perpetuity unless you can guarantee that they're going to maintain the peak level of dumb, not just for themselves, but relative to the rest of the internet, basically, which I don't think we can say is going to be likely the case. There's no way to guarantee that.
That's fair. There is a chance that these lawsuits may ruin Katie, not just like her non-existent reputation, but her financially or whatever. There's a decent chance that these could ruin her. So if that is the case, then I don't know, but it's possible that she can't be a dumb fuck because she doesn't have internet access anymore.
I mean, courts can do that. It's pretty uncommon, but I think what would be more likely is that just it ruins her to the point where she ends up having to get just a regular 9-to-5 job, and she can't actually do.
She doesn't have the time.
But where basically it's no longer viable for her to just go on with what she's doing now, especially since she'd probably be barred from it.
And enough to outdo, right? Like if she's
because we're still gonna have flirts drinking their own pee.
That's true.
So,
how do you outdo that, right? Kawasifer5 says, "Is this real? Steve is suing KJ." Correct. This is real. Now, the Steve confirmed it. So, I assure you, I will do a marathon Goblin Reads or Dumbfuck Friday, whichever one it applies to, the better, depending on when it comes out. That I will do a marathon read of this entire document, even if it takes longer than 2 hours. I will go through and I will read the entire thing as soon as it's available. It will be there. It is currently not filed yet. She's been served, but it's not in the, the online documentation currently. I feel like there was something. Oh, yeah, right. These screenshots. So we got a couple screenshots that I'm gonna pull up here that you can see, that you guys can see them in the anybody in the chat can see them in the voice channel shenanigans. I'm just gonna read them off real quick. Outside can already see them. Katie Joy said, any statements made before August 16th, 2019 cannot be used in a lawsuit for defamation. Based upon this, several claims will go nowhere. Additionally, we will file for dismissal based on several grounds. Arguing over comments made in June of 2019 won't matter in this case. Correct. There's a statute of limitation, which means that some of the stuff that KJ said during the Non Sequitur show Fallout would not be admissible in this case because it's past the statute of limitation date. It's odd that she's saying this as if Steve and his lawyer wouldn't know this. Or lawyers, I don't know how
Obviously,
many he has.
Steve has the worst lawyers, just like the Bluths.
Obviously.
That's why he's never won in court before.
Sad fishing stream on Friday. Thankfully, we have been documenting everything. It is not me that was making dozens of videos, nor was it me adminning Facebook groups to harm other harm the other person, nor was it me that released fake screenshots that damaged the other person's channel. Okay.
Oh, it's fake? Do we need a GIF for when she just says that something's fake and we don't actually have any evidence of it?
You mean citation needed?
Yeah, we need a citation needed GIF. If only someone had made one.
If only. Yeah. I'll drop one as soon as I can, but okay. So thankfully we have been documenting everything. Does that mean that KJ has been documenting everything that Steve has been saying? Because the majority of it has been completely unrelated to her, and he hasn't deleted anything.
Sorry.
This is what I usually see when people make those kind of things, is that they usually will. She's saying this. This is my guess. Okay, I have no evidence behind this. Take what I'm saying with a big grain of salt, humongous grain of salt.
You're speculating. Yeah, you're speculating.
Speculation, big time. But usually when I hear people say this, I kind of assume that it's projection. Like, they think that the other person is doing this, but so I have to do this to combat them doing it. So of course they're making up evidence and collecting everything I'm doing. So I have to collect everything they're doing and make up evidence to combat it. So that's what I assume. So her thinking that Steve's making up evidence is in response to the fact that she's making up evidence to combat it.
Do you guys really think that Steve or you really think that they've been, or she has been, tracking everything that Steve says? We know that there are people who have done that.
I don't.
We know there is an active Discord because they told us that there is an active Discord that actually tracks everything Steve or me or Red's Rhetoric or a handful of people actually have, that they screenshot everything we say and it goes into that Discord.
So I don't think she's personally doing it. I think what she's doing is relying on the fact that other people are doing it. Because I honestly, I don't. I mean, let's be fair. She has a kid to take care of. Although I question how well she's doing so. But whatever. He hasn't died, so at least there's that. But she's also trying to keep track of, like, what is it, like 8 or 9 different reality TV shows all the time, and make up crap about the alleged criminal activity of the various people on those shows. Like, she can't possibly be also personally keeping track of everything Steve says. Because, I mean, even without the time requirement, I don't think she has the technical know-how to do that. Like, I don't think Katie is... Yeah, I doubt it.
What should we call, like, a Discord of people who have that much time on their hands? Like a hate boner syndicate? Like, there's got to be some kind of...
The Syndicate video
catchy
is my
name.
Favorite video. I don't think that there's a I honestly don't really think there's that much of a problem with people tracking other people's public tweets or things that they said.
It's public.
You've made it public. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong about that. The reasoning behind why you're doing that, I might take issue with, depending on what you're why why are you dedicating this time to this? But my favorite, I
don't care that they're doing it.
My favorite was when they got mad that Astronomy Live made a bot to pull like automatically ping anytime Katie deleted a tweet, because he was just being a nice guy and thought it would be handy dandy and useful because she's known for deleting things. She's done this in the past. So
while
he was
involved in litigation.
Well involved in litigation, to just ping for anything that she deletes, so that way you can just get emailed or straight sent to whoever, like the judge or the court, essentially, if requested or offered at the very least. So they got mad about this, which made me giggle, because I'm like, you're just mad because you've been doing it manually the whole time.
I guarantee that's true. They're mad
so
because
mad.
they're jealous.
I mean, I could probably get them the program if they asked me nicely for it.
You know, I don't.
The thing is, though, that looking at Steve's or my or your deleted tweets would be super boring because, like, let's face it, if you were to delete something, it's right. Like the times that we delete tweets is like, oh, like I spelled something wrong and it just like 3 seconds going out, so I'll just delete it and fix it and resend it. Like,
yeah, shit. I used the wrong there. Fuck.
Right. Although, like I said, Twitter is the graffiti wall of the internet. No one fucking cares about your spelling.
Yeah.
I did delete a tweet a few days ago, and it's because I tried to put a picture in the tweet and it wouldn't go in right on the preview thing, so I had to resize it and put it in again. And oh my god, Twitter's so fickle. And yeah, that's why I deleted the tweet. That's what they get. That's the one tweet I deleted in the last 6 months. That's what they would have gotten from me.
Observations by Bill makes a really good point. They say, you know who's really loving this? Her lawyer. The more people who sue her, the more money they make.
You're not wrong.
Original Nelson also makes a good point, saying, I hate how she uses ADHD as an excuse for her behavior. Because I have seen her say stuff about whatever issue she's got going on. I've also seen counterpoints of her saying, hey, my son has this, and then somebody else posting something that she said earlier that says, no, in fact, my son does not have this. And there's this weird thing that people got on Steve on, saying, hey, why are you talking about her son? And Steve's like, I'm not. I'm talking about what she said about him. I'm not commenting on, what he's doing or how he is. I'm commenting that she's saying things about her son in this case that don't apply in this case over here, and I'm asking for clarification. So at what point, how much do you let somebody use their child as a shield before you're like, okay, maybe we question this? Or are people allowed to use their children however they want? Which could lead to some dangerous roads.
Things being, out of the... things should be okay to at least be questioned. You shouldn't be snapping somebody's neck off just because they asked a question. You don't know where you can't automatically assume the intent behind a question. Somebody could be just asking a question out of complete and utter ignorance, and maybe they don't have a clue what the hell they're talking about. You can't just
I think in some cases you can, and in some cases you can't, right? So there's something about being intellectually lazy, and I don't think it's fair to expect Steve or Reds or even Sean, whom I don't even like, to answer every question every single time as if it is a brand new person who doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
in cases where somebody's asking questions involving topical things, sure. But when Steve was asking a question involving doctor stuff, and it's not stuff that he would necessarily be privy to. And a lot of times, especially being somebody who deals with stuff that isn't quite like I deal with fibromyalgia and rheumatoid arthritis. So there's not. I mean, there's stuff that's known about it. There's a lot of it unknown. So if you wanted to know about it, I wouldn't send you to a website. I would tell you about my experience. So I would never snap at anybody. I would rather somebody come talk to me about it specifically before they tried to assume what I have been going through. But that's just me when it comes to medical stuff. I think it's way different than topical stuff.
Manya's already dropped Nate involving himself. He makes himself a thumbnail that says defamation that's got this old ass picture of Steve, because of course it has that fucking black and white one with him with a long beard, and Todd Chrisley versus harassment, and Katie responds with, "Why are you making it seem like I'm harassing people?"
Awesome.
I can't. Oh my god. So, alright, so anybody who voted in the chat that Nate will have already involved himself, you're correct. He had involved himself before, well ahead of this tweet. He jumped in and made some riddle me this question, which I'm sure we'll see at some point tonight. But, that's not what this is. I don't want to give, as much as, me and Nate are not, on good terms, nor have ever been on good terms. I don't even think even
Why
once,
would you want to be?
Nate was talking shit about me before I knew who he was. What the fuck? So there's that's clearly not what Nate is saying. Nate is saying that Todd Chrisley and Steve are accusing her of defamation, and she's accusing them of harassment. But I just think it's really funny that KJ read it that way, and that's clearly not his intention. Why are you making it seem like I harass people? Oh my god.
The crazy thing to me is isn't it basically her job to harass people?
Yes.
Well, she's kind of made it that way, I guess.
I mean, basically though, but if someone, okay, so let's say someone who has no idea what's going on. Ooh, nice.
Sorry,
but
go ahead.
Let's say that someone who has no idea what the heck's going on decides to ask questions about this. Let's say my mom wants to know what the heck's going on. How would I describe Katie Joy and what she does for a living? I would basically be well, she makes a living because people like to watch her harass minor celebrities.
If you're being as charitable as possible, you would say she likes to report and comment on reality TV
Why
show.
would I want to be as charitable as possible?
Well, I'm just saying, if you're gonna be as charitable as possible, let's say you're a fan of KJ, how would you answer that question? KJ reacts, responds, and reports on
dishonestly.
Yes, on information about reality TV stars that may or may not be true.
See, the thing is, though, I get that might be how one of her fans would describe it, but the thing is...
I'm specifically being if you were a fan of, how would you describe?
Yeah, but the problem there is that describing it that way as someone who isn't her fan is dishonest, right? If you know even a tiny bit about what's going on. She doesn't just report on, she reports dishonestly, and if you don't put that in there, you're not giving the full context of what's actually going. I can't be that charitable because I know how misleading it is.
A gossip channel is a fair thing, and I talked about this on Judgment Call, and I mentioned this on Twitter before, where I was like, okay, listen, what you've got is a bunch of bored women who in the 50s would have gotten together for tea and talk shit on the neighbor's lawn. Yep. Which is fine. There's no problem with doing that. You want to talk shit about people amongst yourselves, go for it. Now, the problem comes in when you start ostracizing one of your neighbors who hasn't actually done shit to you. and expecting them to, like, invite you to the barbecue or bring a casserole over, not gonna happen. But also, you've escalated not just to talking shit amongst yourselves, but accusing people of crimes publicly. Stick to, like, mundane gossip amongst yourselves. You'll do yourselves a favor in doing so. Let's see what Nate responded with. Why are you making it seem like I'm harassing people? Response. What are you talking about? I thought the fight was about defamation versus civil harassment. Oh no. Like I said, I actually made a bet with somebody. It wasn't like a bet with money, but it was like, hey, how long do you think it's gonna be before Nate involves himself and gets everything wrong?
That's pretty quick, and not only that, but he references back to. I mean, I guess he made that a meme or something. I guess that Photoshop that he did.
He
made that, and so his explanation of it is to correct how that was wrong. Like, he got that wrong. So technically, that whatever the timestamp on that is,
Nate's
that's when he got everything wrong.
also already accusing Golden Unicorn of witness intimidation, which we already talked about, that there was no mention of even witnesses to begin with.
That not only that, but it's also the thing with witness intimidation is it's not saying, oh hey, I think getting involved in this case would be a bad idea. It's if you get involved in this case, at least the implication that I'm going to have someone do something bad to you, right? If you're just like, I think getting involved in someone else's lawsuit is a bad idea, that's not witness intimidation. Because you're not intimidating anyone. No one thinks that you're a danger to them because you think it's a bad idea for them to be involved in the case.
Correct. Oh, apparently Nate has been going off.
Shocker.
Here's the one this is the first tweet I think he made about this that I saw, at least. I'll pull it up so you guys can see it. Which I don't know, I get a bit of a giggle out of this. This one makes me laugh. Riddle me this, Batman. How can a man who 1 is/was on welfare, 2 makes less than $4,000 per year, 3 claims to be poor and broke, pay for a lawsuit across the country? So these are accusations. Not only is he making claims about whatever Steve has said, but he's also making accusations about whether or not Steve has money, right? Now, for anybody who is unaware, people have offered to financially support Steve in this case, and so far he has refused any kind of financial support, currently, on Twitter at least. Privately, I'm gonna go ahead and say I don't know, but publicly he has said, hey, listen, don't worry about it. I'm taking this on. So, 1, how does Nate know that Steve is or was on welfare? And there's a very big difference to is and was. He could have been on welfare 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago, but that doesn't make him currently on welfare. Secondly, is Nate implying that people who are on welfare should not have the money to sue people and thus should just take the abuse?
Yeah. He absolutely is.
Okay.
I think he just doesn't know how law works, because obviously poor people can file lawsuits by, the lawyers taking it, they get money if they win.
Pro se.
Yeah, sometimes lawyers take things pro bono. Sometimes they take a percentage of the winning, the settlement, or the judgment. There's a lot of ways to get a lawyer to defend you if there's a high enough payout without having to pay them up front out of your pocket.
Kawasa for 5 says, things Nate says, ellipses. Did he ever actually practice in court for once? ? He sounds like someone who just passed the bar, but no actual work experience. Oof. Big oof, Kawasa. Big oof.
Nice. Also, that's a South Korean one, by the way.
Yes.
Nice. Good viewers all over. That's cool.
makes less than 4K a year. Where is the reference to that? Because
what really does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, I agree 100%. What does that have to do with anything?
Like that's been the question that's been on my mind for the past like 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nate is essentially trying to question how is Steve paying for this lawsuit, and the question is why does it matter? I think is what you're getting at.
Yeah. While also trying to shame people based on their economic status.
Correct.
Which, classy move there. To be fair, it's not quite as bad as his overt racism towards, victims of various crimes.
Yeah, as well as his race baiting. That we
Maybe if Hogtide was on Twitter, he'd see this kind of stuff.
Oh my no! No! Why would you bring that up?
Because it's topical.
Every so often I forget about it, and then somebody brings it up, and I'm like, I forget that happened.
I mean, they tried to leverage it against you as like you were in the wrong.
Yeah, yeah, that was a bizarre fucking situation. So, okay, I don't remember which video this was, but it's on Steve's channel. I don't think it was on the GDC. I'm pretty sure it was on Steve's channel. And this guy named Hogtie, who was, I guess, part of like this fucking GDC crowd, decided he wanted to come in and have.
He's kind of impartial, and he does make arguments that he doesn't like actually believe sometimes. But yeah.
He plays devil's advocate. I don't think he's the worst person, for sure. But at one point he came in talking about the Non Sequitur Show lawsuit, and he comes in and he says, well, Nate's covered this pretty fairly. Now, he was absolutely banking on Steve's charity, because, like, Steve's not going to call him out. Steve's going to be like, hey, listen, you have your opinion, I have mine, whatever, and he's going to move on. But he didn't know who I was, and I was there. And I was like, I'm sorry, did you just come into Steve's stream and have the audacity to say that Nate has covered this earnestly and that he's been fair? Are you, like, how disrespectful can you be, you garbage person?
Are you high?
Right? So I confronted him with this, and he's like, well, where has Nate been unfair? I'm like, I welcome you to go and take a look at Nate's Twitter feed. And he's like, well, I'm not on Twitter. I'm like, it's fine. You don't have to be on Twitter. I'm not telling you to Google it. I'm telling you to go directly to the source. And he's like, well, I'm not going to do that. And I immediately interrupted him during his sentence to say, so you're not going to look at the direct source of the information where I'm telling you to look at it. Okay, I'm going to go pee. And I got up and went to go to the bathroom.
And you even had the caveat, you're like, I don't usually tell people to go on Twitter. I think Twitter's horrible.
I think Twitter's garbage. You shouldn't go on Twitter. However, if you're looking for this information, you don't have to be a member of Twitter to go look at somebody's Twitter handle. If he needed the link or the Twitter handle, he could have easily gotten it. But he just straight up refused right out the gate. And so I got up and went to the bathroom. And you can actually see the bathroom in the very corner of my video. And later on, this asshole decides to say on, like, somebody who is, like, one of the, I don't know for sure if it was Menace to Sobriety's channel, but it was, like, of that ilk. And he said that I was drunk, rage quit, and got up to go get another drink. What I did was complain that I was out of alcohol, went to the bathroom, and came back with no alcohol. And I'm like, you bloody piece of shit! What has happened since then, I don't fucking know, but I regularly forget about that conversation, and I regularly get, like, I semi-regularly get reminded of it, and I'm like, oh, fucking that shit.
What is this? What is this? Like, I don't understand this. Like, oh, somebody drank. Shame them for drinking.
They were more trying to shame me for rage quitting, but I didn't rage quit. I actually said, I need to pee, and I got up and went to the bathroom and came back, which is the opposite of rage quitting.
They said that she was giving up because she failed in the conversation, and it's like, you came right back, like, within, like, 2 minutes.
Yeah, because I had to pee.
With a drink. That's the new.
They're like, oh, she was just trying. She was trying to diffuse the conversation because she knew she was going to lose. Like, That's not how that works.
Okay, so to be fair,
you came back and started talking about it.
They're half right. I was trying to diffuse. I'm like, this is getting heated. I'm gonna walk away so this becomes less heated. I'm gonna let Steve say whatever he's gonna say, and so he will be uninterrupted because I'm in the bathroom, and I'm not gonna let this motherfucker walk all over Steve all the fuck he wants to. Right? That's one of the blessings for me being not. I got up to go to the bathroom during one of the calls on Rhetoric's channel about the when Non Sequitur first blew up. Well, Shannon was in there. Luckily, I got up and walked away for some of the shit she said, because had I not, it might have been a very different conversation. All right, let's get to the next thing.
I was just going to add.
Go ahead.
I've heard that. So you walked away, and then they accused you of something completely had nothing to do, and they were trying to shame you. Yes. Because you drink.
They were trying to say that I had to go. I rage quit.
No, because you weren't responding immediately. I've seen this kind of thing before a lot. Actually, I've seen it quite often, where it's like when people are really emotionally invested in something, and you're discussing that topic right there and then, and he probably sensed that you weren't taking it super seriously, and it's an extra frustration to the emotion that the emotional turmoil he's feeling. I use that.
I think he got upset because I called him right out the gate, right? He thought he was going to be able to get away with saying that Nate was an honest interlocutor in his discussion about the Non Sequitur show, which he objectively has not been. And I was like, how fucking dare you come onto Steve's channel and have the audacity to say something like that? And so not only did I confront him with, what the fuck are you talking about? But I also confronted him with saying, hey, listen, if you want the information, here it is. And he said, I'm not going to go there. And immediately I interrupted. As soon as he said, I'm not going to look at the Twitter, I immediately, right away said, so you're not going to go to the direct source of which I'm telling you can get this information, so you refuse the contradiction of what you're saying, right?
And after you left, he's like, I have no problem.
And that's why they refuse to look at it, and then they get.
And after Chesh went to the bathroom, he's like, I have no problem if other people want to give me stuff. It's like, but that's other people. That's not you finding out for yourself what Nate has said.
I don't need to give you other things to show you that Nate's a piece of shit. Go to Nate's Twitter. If you want to know if Nate is a piece of shit or whether or not Nate is honest in his actual... Look at this tweet! There is absolutely... How can a man who is/was on welfare... How the fuck does Nate know anything about Steve's current financial situation? Is or was? How does Nate know anything about that? Second, makes less than $4,000 per year. Consistently or one time? Because Steve did talk about one time that's the amount of money he made one year. So are you saying he's currently making that? Because that's what you're implying. You're saying that that's consistent. Third, claims to be poor and broke. When the fuck did Steve ever claim to be poor or broke? He's claimed to be frugal. He's claimed to be like, hey, listen, I don't spend a lot of money. I do this and I do that, and I like these cheap-ass lobster rolls. That's his prerogative. That says nothing about his financial situation, about whether he has money or not. So if you want to talk about that shit...
If you're not buying steaks at least once a week, you don't deserve to be able to sue for damages that you're owed.
Well, there's another bit about this, because look at the last part. It says, pay for a lawsuit across the country. That's not how lawsuits work in America, you fucking lawyer! You ought to know this!
Yeah,
oh my god, it costs so much to ship the service papers across the... No, it doesn't. It's the exact same price.
It's hard to take notes while you're, dealing out hot dogs.
It's really hard for me to take notes off of this giant dick I'm stroking about how much I hate Steve. It takes 2 hands. I don't fucking have no patience for this. Listen,
kudos on the mime work.
We're all
You're giving him way
here.
too much charity.
Never mind. I'm not. Okay. The thing is,
oh my god.
This is where you decided to start. Okay, so remember when I joked about, hey, whether or not Steve is going to be, like, Nate is going to be dishonestly fucking supporting KJ in this, where I was like, hey, how long is it going to be before Nate jumps in to misrepresent whatever the fuck's going on? And it was fucking immediately.
And I like that KJ is one of the people who was like, hey, why are you doing this?
Uh-oh. Unirock jumped in. Katie Polson is building a narrative against Steve, wanting to harm her. She has snowballed down from lying to sheer slander. When was this?
That's from 2019.
This is from 2019.
Oh, I thought this was. Oh my God! What? I was about to say. If it was today,
you might be. You would be forgiven for believing that could be right.
Because that would go against everything I know about him if he said that today.
So this goes. So for anybody who can't see it, this is a little bit difficult to read. So I am going to read this out loud. Katie said 2 hours ago from whenever this screenshot was taken, and this was posted on 11/29/2019. Unirock TV said Katie Polson is building a narrative against Steve, quote, wanting to harm her. She has snowballed down from lying to sheer slander, which I guess would be apropos to this defamation lawsuit, but okay. Without a Crystal Ball on YouTube said, my Instagram live that she responded to, whoever she was related to her 3-hour video on Sunday night where she claimed I tried to control her and that I lied. I never did those things. I only expected that both of us would stick to our agreement. I ended our friendship on Sunday when she began telling me to apologize to Steve. Steve has been harassing me relentlessly for 5 months. He and his crew, whoever the fuck Steve's crew is, have created dozens of troll accounts that spam my Twitter and DM my followers. He has made 17 videos. Oh my god.
Citing that.
17. Oh, there's so many compared to her like 300-esque. I don't know if it's actually 300 videos on the Duggars. Leslie, oh, that's the she, told me that Steve told her that the only reason he reached out to her was to get me. Think about that. He wanted to harm me. I want her to see that she is a great content creator that she is. And then I don't know if there's anything more than that because that's where the screenshot ends.
It's probably still up.
Probably. It looks, there's no period there. I don't know. This looks like a... Whatever. I don't care that much. Point is that Unirock's hilarious. It's titled Tweets That Haven't Aged Well.
There's a lot of those going around, by the way.
Did Nikki just get extremely quiet?
Yeah, she did.
I said there's a lot of that going around, by the way, right now.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody made a Without a Crystal Balls entry into into Urban Dictionary. There's actually one. Okay, so there's a little bit of a fuck up that's gone on. There's one for Steve, there's one for Red Rhetoric. Red's Rhetorics is actually pretty fucking accurate, and I like that one. The Steve one is clearly just made by, like, trolls. Mine is really kind of unfortunate because I go by Chesh and Cheshire, and so there's, like, way too many Cheshire Cat shit for mine to even get close. There's no winning there. But the Without a Crystal Ball one says, Let me zoom in here. Without a crystal ball, or WOACB, without a crystal ball, a YouTuber that stalks and exploits others for their own financial gain, regardless of consequences or other people's opinions, often referred to as a cyberbully, and inserts themselves into drama, then plays victim, jumps from community to community for tea or sympathy. Make-believe reporter regularly brings out their inner Karen. Don't be a Karen and act like without a crystal ball.
A minus, and like if anybody shows that to her, she can be like, "Oh, TRO." Against the whole plate.
She is kind of like not like a full blown Karen, but like a proto Karen.
Oh, a proto Karen.
She's gonna sue that website now.
Yeah, I would like to see her try to sue Urban Dictionary for defamation. That will be fun.
Jack, are you playing Legend of Dragoon or something?
I'm playing the 1990-something PS1 monster battle RPG called Jade Cocoon, Story of the Tamameyu.
My favorite thing that he plays is Monster Rancher, so, you know.
I do have the world record in Monster Rancher.
Is that like the blobs?
Jack was just kind of jealous that I had a game going on as my virtual camera, so he had to start playing his.
To be fair, I've got to run this on Friday morning, so I need to get some practice in.
That's fair. Alright, so Pork Chop tweeted out, liar, con artist, scam artist, misogynist, damn evil narcissist parasite. Just a few things that KJ called Steve McRae. This is a short 1 minute and 11-second video. Would you guys like to check it out?
Yeah.
Why not?
Sure. I don't recognize me. I haven't watched it.
Of course.
It's got 244 views, and I think
is it me, or is one of her eyebrows a bit off?
I'm not going to talk about that.
Yeah, let's just not go into like.
I'm not trying to body shame, but that is like severely distracting.
Okay, we're gonna let this play. We're gonna talk about it, and then put a note in that, Nikki, and remind me about it after we play this. All right, because there's a bit that I would like to add about.
If you got like a AI like learning bot to like analyze her face, it'd be like 100% contempt.
the bot decides to sue her for defamation. All right, let's play.
It's a pattern with Steve. He destroys and disrupts communities. He has destroyed the skeptic community. He disrupted the atheist community. He came into the reality TV and commentary world and tried to disrupt it with me. What? And you know what? He's a parasite. And he will continue to do this, and he will find a new community to do this too. And if you believe that he is just
Steve, destroyer of worlds.
Wait. Didn't Team Skeptic fight the Flat Earth and Rainy Beaver destroy the skeptic community?
Katie made the syndicate video.
Oh my god, listen, you have any idea how happy I would be if I would do nothing but praise the individual who actually made the video, because there's like a handful of people who posted that video, but I would be so happy to know who the individual was who actually made it and applaud them for their work. Congratulations, that was amazing. I'll play the syndicate video after this because I got it saved somewhere.
Going to learn? No. He will not learn until people like you guys stop listening to him, stop believing it, stop hearing it. Just don't even buy into it. I will never let people forget that he is a liar, a scam artist, a con artist, a misogynist, a narcissist.
Yes, the misogynist who allows several women to speak and over him at many points during many live streams.
I legit left a stream because Steve would not shut the fuck up one time.
Oh, that
I got
happens
irritated.
too, yeah.
Even I've had to say, Steve, shut the fuck up so I can talk.
Oh yeah, the credit card thing or the
Oh, don't let Steve talk about finance. No. Don't know.
Can I bring some attention to her mannerisms?
Yeah, go for it. I'm gonna pee while you do that. And now, I'm not rage quitting. I'm not gonna tell you that you're wrong because of this. I'm not leaving the conversation, but I really gotta pee. Okay, bye.
You see how she just rage quit? I totally just won.
It's because she's drunk. I'm sure
Oh my god,
She's a fucking alcoholic.
She's missing half an eyebrow.
Narcissist.
She is missing half of an eyebrow. I didn't notice this.
All right, what do you think? I mean, one of her eyebrows is severely fucking off.
It's missing.
Yeah, yo, Elliot Page called. He wants his haircut back.
I think her marker ran out halfway through the second eyebrow.
But
also, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Sorry.
She is not, like, her arms are completely stuck down, and she can't remember. Like, she keeps stopping, like she's trying to think of what to say. Like, these aren't words.
Mr. Serious? No, it was more or less she was trying to run down every evil thing in the world and kept forgetting certain parts of them.
Yeah, she's delivering what I mean. Think about the things that she is saying. She is giving out like a heartfelt, impassioned speech to people.
Damn it, Oxcall.
And she is telling people, like, oh, you shouldn't believe him because, you know, he's all these things. And yet there is nothing differentiating her from, like, one of those, like, robots that they have, like, at Disney World. Like, there is not one bit of emotion coming out of her whatsoever. Like, she is just, it's like she's practiced this in front of a mirror, and she's just going through the numbers. Like, she is not, like, I haven't seen 1 ounce of sincerity from this performance since the beginning.
Well, you also notice, like, how she started off, or how she started off in the clip, and how she's now kind of slumped over and all timid.
Well, she's not giving me any emotion. Like, her words are emotional, but she's not emotional.
There's a thing that
Katie on eyebrows.
Are just dead.
There's a thing that Katie does where, and I mean, we've seen this before. We saw this a lot with the accusations against AT2 and Manya about doxing, where you've got somebody who is being the victim and the aggressor at the same time, where she's like, come at me, bro, but I'm a victim at the same time. Like, how dare you come at me? And it's kind of bizarre to see both at the same time, and it's kind of like, swing.
Come at me, but if you come at me, it's your fault. But come at me.
Is Katie the person for whom the term "crybully" was coined?
Mm-hmm.
That and Karen. She's a source of several words, I'm sure.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, that is the quintessential crybully. It's like, oh, you're basically just an ass to people. And then the instant you get any pushback from that, oh, help, I'm being oppressed. No, you're just getting consequences for your actions.
It's actually...
Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions.
Dapper, as soon as you said help with being repressed, Monty Python popped into my head.
Well,
yeah, totally.
That was the intent.
I thought we were an autonomous collective.
Who made you? Who voted? I didn't vote for you. Who made you the king?
For king? The lady of the lake. Her arms clad in
Katie is
purest, shimmering samite. We don't want to go down this route. I can quote the whole movie probably.
Oh, we can't go that.
Is she the Messiah or just a very naughty girl? I honestly, like, people like this have obviously a serious narcissism complex.
She's actually admitted to being a narcissist in the past in some of her blogs.
Okay, fair enough.
Like Jimmy Snow?
No, yes, started!
That's your new favorite phrase.
It's a whole nother rabbit hole. Do you want to go down that rabbit hole right now, or do we want to finish this fucking last couple seconds of this goddamn clip?
Yeah, one rabbit hole at a time.
Probably hates himself so damn much that all the things he said about me are how he feels about himself, and he's projected on every other person in the world.
Yeah, okay.
I really hate the projection argument. like just as a thing, because it's hard to use it legitimately, and and because it's become so prevalent, it seems to have lost all like weight.
No.
The same as...
Hold on, Josh. Because I think you might. I might know where you're going with this. We know a projectionist in the air quotes community here. What was it? 2 to 3 months ago?
I have a whole video called like the projectionist. Okay.
And that's what I was saying. Like when you actually call a projectionist out, like you don't want to say it, but when you do, they're gonna just say it back in the future. But I know it's kind of like a fruitless endeavor, but it's something that has to be done.
There's a couple things when it comes to projection, right? You can call out somebody for doing something that you do without being a hypocrite. So if I'm a smoker, like let's say I chain smoke, like I smoke cigarettes and I light my next cigarette with the cigarette I'm currently smoking, right? I can say, hey, you shouldn't smoke without being a hypocrite. That's not hypocritical necessarily, because I'm not telling you don't do what I do. I'm telling you, hey, I did this and you shouldn't do it because of the reasons that I can, like whatever reasons I give, right? So I can say, hey, listen, smoking is bad for your health, or hey, smoking is bad for your wallet, or hey, smoking is bad for etc., etc., etc. And I can give valid reasoning. But if you say, hey, I'm not a smoker, but you are, why are you telling me not to smoke? Because I did it. Like, that's not hypocritical. That's not what being a hypocrite is. Golden Unicorn for 5 says, is she documenting on her Twitter what she can send to her lawyers? It seems like that to me. LOL. One day I would be curious to if Steve has been very, very transparent about what he has and has not sent to his lawyers. If you're an honest interlocutor, and he has offered multiple times to enter DMs with him and say, hey, listen, can I see this thing? He'll give it to you. So I'd be curious to see what would happen, or what it would look like if KJ actually released her emails and DMs or whatever with her lawyer.
Yeah, she's not going to counter sue. She's going to try to do a settlement. She's going through a mental, what do you call it, collapse or breakdown. That's what we're witnessing right now, I think.
Yeah, I think you're pretty accurate there. I feel like, okay, so can I make a small prediction?
Yeah, no, go for it.
All right. So cast your minds to the future. Steve, whatever, the settlement is over, but Katie's no longer allowed to talk about Steve, and like vice versa. So there's no communication, but she keeps playing the victim card, and then a new generation comes abroad, a new generation of McCrazies, and then one rises to the top and keeps attacking Steve.
This sounds like
an
anime.
And then eventually Steve sees them, becoming the new Katie Joy. It's an endless cycle that has...
Is Steve like all for one or something?
Well, the next one will be easier because there'll be more precedent behind it. It'll be easier to do.
That's a good point. Why is it that all of Steve's lawsuits seem to be precedenting cases? Like precedent-setting cases. The Kyle one is a precedent-setting case because of the way it's gone down and what's gone on around it. And now there's Katie Joy's, which I'm gonna go ahead and say this probably. What about it is going to be precedent setting, and I'm curious because I'm sure there will be something about it. This is like bizarre. Steve is surrounded by like crazy people who say weird shit all day. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I actually had Jimmy Snow warn me about this. I had Jimmy Snow warn me saying, hey, listen, you're fine with Steve now, but it's only a matter of time before, like, you get past the being friends with Steve shit. And it's like, but the only people who are shitty are the people who don't like Steve. It's not Steve's fault.
It's gonna be that much. It's gonna be that much crazier when Steve gets the channel back and then you steal it from him.
Chesh, I'm telling you now as a friend, you need to kick Manya out of the Discord.
Oh, okay.
It's for Smitty's own good.
That's fair. That's fair. I respect that. Yeah, I'm gonna play the last little bit of this.
Because there's no other reason I can think that someone would do this stuff about himself, and he's probably hates himself so damn much that all the things he said about me are how he feels about himself, and he's projected on every other person in the world. Because there's no other reason I can think that someone would do this stuff outside of them just being damn evil.
Evil?
Okay.
Because she's going to combat evil. Yeah, that's one of the things. That's one of the things that I say about these McCrazies, is that they try to prop up Steve. Like, he's their Moby Dick. He's their Moby Dick they're going to take down. They're big, giant...
Are you
like,
saying
what did you say, Sasquatch?
I'd say he's more of a Sauron than a Moby Dick.
I
hold
think
on.
it's more of a... No, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, are you saying that they're all Captain Ahab?
Yeah, like they're going insane. They have this big giant thing that they want to conquer, and they talk it up a big game. But it's just like it's just like one of those guys who goes out to a lake. They catch a guppy, and then every time they talk about it, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. But it's the opposite. It's they're going after Moby Dick, except for it's actually a guppy.
Todd Chrisley responded to Katie Joy saying that, remember when you uploaded a video on your channel called Dumbfuck of the Year and you dominated me? KY Heathen said, oh my fucking god, I'm dying. She's trying to use Dumbfuck of the Year to say that Steve defamed her, laughing emoji. And Todd Chrisley says, appropriate. Surely she won this award. If not, then someone cheated.
Well, yes, someone did cheat, obviously.
Yeah, it was Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah, no shit.
He spent how many hours fucking making sure he won?
Oh, and let alone, I don't even know how much money that dude spent to make sure he fucking won.
To be perfectly honest, a really good way to win Dumbfuck of the Year is prove you don't understand Dumbfuck of the Year.
That's what it's come down to a little bit, which I think is why there's probably not going to be too much of one this year. It's essentially just going to be like Kyle wins, fuck off. It's like, yeah, that's fair. But that's why that's why I propose in the spirit of Dumbfuck of the Year that we nominate each other for the dumbest shit that we've all said this year. And I'm sure there's some dumb shit all of us have said this year, especially if you remove the context, just for funsies.
Oh no, I'm a brilliant genius who always says smart things.
I mean, you're smarter than I am,
so
I'm not going to talk about how potentially incorrect you may or may not be about hags in Dungeons and Dragons, but you know, whatever.
I don't think I'm that wrong about hags and Dungeons and Dragons, am I?
Well, no, you're pretty good. Yeah.
You know, I also got one more thing for this, because there's another thing that got popped up on Twitter, but this is a civilian trying to
who made the winter is coming meme?
This is a civilian trying to defame a naval veteran, by the way.
Yeah, Steve is a veteran. So a lot of people forget, like Katie likes to tout about minorities and I'm a victim, yada yada. But at the same time, Steve is a veteran. He was part of like Desert Storm and shit. He's been through some nonsense. Now that if he has problematic behavior, that would not be an excuse for said problematic behavior, but if Katie wants to call that she's a victim because she's a woman or part of the LGBTQ plus community, which sometimes she's a part of and sometimes she isn't, depending on what day you ask her, there's like...
I would even loosely add her as even an advocate. As I flew a flag and it got torn down. Blah 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 blah.
It didn't even get torn down.
Don't care. I don't care. You flew a flag. Flying a flag does not make you a fucking advocate. It makes you a supporter, not a fucking advocate. You want an advocate? You got to go out and actually do something good for the LGBTQ plus community.
I'd like to point out that Kimo earlier in the chat said she seems to see no distinction between fame and notoriety.
There isn't.
Because see, the reason why I had to go off on that one, I am an advocate at work. I had our inclusion officer, because where I work, finally got one, and because I had an incident at work, they brought me in, taught me down, and say, all right, how can we resolve this, and how can we prevent certain things in the future that are similar to this from happening? Because as far as I know, there's only 2 transgender people, at least on my shift in housekeeping, that work there at the VA, and I think maybe even in total for the VA, there's only 2 of us. I don't know, because I haven't seen everyone. There's 2,000 people that work where I work. So, yeah, I don't see everyone. So I was giving this person ideas. That's what an advocate does. Sits there and gives ideas to help out a situation that might be or could be a problem.
I find it bizarre that, like, I don't pretend to be an advocate. What I prefer to do is to listen and to question. I do not do anything without the approval or the request of someone. In regards to things like racism and advocacy for trans people, I'm not going to speak for a trans person or trans people without somebody who is trans coming to me and saying, hey, can you talk about this? Now, I've had conversations on this channel. I had particularly on the last Dumbfuck Friday, where I had somebody who came to me and said, hey, this is some bullshit. And I took a look at it and I was like, yeah, that's some bullshit. And it was essentially someone saying that a black woman couldn't name their book a specific way because if they did, they were racist. And I highly recommend you watch the last Dumbfuck Friday to kind of look into that, because I kind of went off. And I've had at least one other person say, hey, thanks for covering this. And I'm like, come yourself. Come and speak. I would be much better off to hear what you have to say, because the problem was the book was titled, hey, this is why I don't talk to white people about race anymore, and somebody was saying, hey, that's racist if you decide not to talk to white people anymore. And it's like, but it's a book title. It doesn't mean that she actually doesn't, and she was a black woman who wrote this book, and the whole history of it is that she wrote a blog about her experience talking to white people about race, and it was a bad experience, so it's a hyperbolic title. The book talks about, hey, here's why we should have the conversation even if it's uncomfortable, because it's necessary. So it's actually advocating for having those kinds of conversations. And I'm like, why are you so mad about a book title?
Well, Josh, hold on. Didn't I approach you like last week or a week before then about covering something on mental health?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I was just gonna.
Go ahead. I wasn't talking.
Sorry, Chesh. What did you say at the end there?
Well, I said yes, absolutely, but I also said, hey, you don't have to, like, you're not entitled to other people's conversations, is what I was getting at. So, like, if this black woman doesn't want to talk to a white guy about racism, because white people don't shut the fuck up ever about anything, they don't have to have the conversation with you. You're not entitled to it. Is it more beneficial? No. Yes. And what was part of the book? That we should have these conversations anyway because they're beneficial.
Yeah, no, I was about to say I've seen other books that are similar to that. Like there's one about
it's marketing.
What Girls Want is the title of the book, and it's like it's all essays about, like, you know, how to be yourself and, like, well, you know, It's all about how to be yourself more than anything, but people hated it because of the title of the book.
Yeah, there's a movie called What a Girl Wants, and it's all from a man's perspective.
I mean, don't judge a book by its cover is such a prevalent, like, saying in society. Like, several languages have versions.
I'm gonna get going.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Bye, everybody.
Talk to you later,
Bye.
Dapper.
See you, Dana.
Later.
Bye.
Golden Unicorn.
Yeah, judging a book by its cover, whatever.
Yeah, no, don't judge. Yes, correct. And it's like you need to talk about the context if you're gonna, or the content. If you're gonna judge something based on like the front value, then you might have missed the point, because marketing is a thing, and saying something controversial on the front of a book is commonplace. Like, do you just not read books? Have you not been to your local library and seen what some of them are called?
Yeah, like books are the original clickbait.
Right? Golden Unicorn for 10 says, advocates and allies of the LGBTQ plus community do not speculate someone's sexuality nor out them without their permission, especially when they are not ready to come out from highly conservative families. And quite frankly, that's in regards to, I don't know if Golden Unicorn meant this. They might have. I'm not going to attribute anything because I don't know for sure. But KJ speculated and started talking about Todd Chrisley's sexuality. Right? And you're talking about a conservative Christian family, and you're going to try and out somebody of that family. And it's not the first time she's done it. She did it to the Duggars also. So how can you possibly be an advocate for LGBTQ plus communities while simultaneously outing people in potentially dangerous situations? Right? You don't do that shit. I had that issue with somebody in the somebody was talking about back when the Guardians first showed up, that like Mark Pellegrino's thing with advocacy about anonymity. Anonymity. I can't say it.
Anonymity.
Being anonymous on the internet.
Anonymity.
Thank you. Anemones.
See an enemy.
And being maybe against that being so much of a prevalent thing on what I like to call the vanilla internet. I think a lot of like a reversal or not having the ability to be anonymous on places like Facebook and Twitter, because it's very, very surface level internet. It is very vanilla internet. Even maybe Reddit, right? And being like, hey, listen, this is this person, period, end of sentence. When you start, I think one of the positive things about the internet is that it is anonymous. However, you end up with some very, very negative side effects. If you want an example, look at the story around Creepshow Art. Like, there is a lot there that was only able to take place because you're able to be anonymous in some ways. And so it's a balance. If you want all of the positives of the internet, you take all of the negatives. Right? Little bit of column A, little bit of column B. You're never going to catch the guy making cat videos where he's abusing cats. You're never going to catch him if you don't have him being able to post those videos in the first place. Do you know what I mean? So you need both, and it's just a matter of how do you implement it. But let's take a look at the next thing that KJ said. She says, I have receipts for days on the false statements, business inferences, defamation, and attempts to harm a competitor's business. I'm sharing to simply remind people that courts do not look kindly on filing frivolous lawsuits. You mean like frivolous restraining orders that you let fall out? That kind of lawsuit? Okay. Sanctions can be demanded. Guys, In what world does Katie Joy and Steve McRae compete for business on YouTube?
No shit.
Someone who has receipts for days doesn't first go to the dumb fuck of the year as evidence.
Which wasn't even Steve?
So, no, not receipts for days, not receipts for minutes, not receipts for seconds. See, she's just, like I was saying, she's having a crisis. She's literally collapsing. And this is her just flapping around, just wanting to pretend like she's okay. She'll cry herself to sleep. Maybe tomorrow she'll be a little bit more somber. And, yeah.
All things Sassy said she claimed at least 3 Duggars are gay. Why are that to me reads as you're exploiting people who may or may not be part of the LGBTQ plus community in a conservative Christian family for views. Whether that's what she was doing or not, I don't know, but that's the way that reads. Because why, if you're an advocate, why would you ever want to expose someone in a conservative family that will not be okay with you being those things? Do you know what I mean? So, like, Otangelo and Dapper, who just left, because, I mean, Dapper's asked me to bring this up before. Otangelo thought it was a good idea to say that, hey, Dapper's actually an atheist, he told me, blah, blah, blah. Dapper Dino has never said publicly what his affiliation is with from a religious standpoint. And I was like, okay, so even if he had given it to you in private, which he didn't, by the way, he and Otangelo both confirmed that he never actually said that. What made you think this was a fucking good idea to expose that? You have no idea what position he's in. His family might watch his channel, and now you're trying to expose him. And his family could, for all you know, he could live in the Middle East and just have no accent whatsoever, and he might get stoned to death because of what you said. Why would you say this? What's your justification? And so I asked him what his justification was.
He speaks Arabic.
Right.
I'll take what is self-awareness for 200, Alex.
Right? So I actually asked Otangelo, I said, what is your justification? What made you think this was a good idea? And his answer was to obfuscate and say, well, it wasn't the case and I was corrected. I'm like, that doesn't answer the fucking question.
Yeah, I like it boggles my mind why people think that it's any of their business. Other people's like how they come out and whether or not they're out. Support systems are very fickle, and where like some people's families they can be a little bit conservative in that they don't understand certain things. Where you can be born a certain way that they can't understand, and if you come out to them, you could not have a place to live. And you cannot survive. So you kind of have to hide things about yourself until you can support yourself. And if somebody wants to be a douche nozzle and freaking out you, and it's absolutely asinine to me. I don't understand it.
Hey, it's almost like, what I was going through. Thankfully, no one outed me yet. That was something I was going through when I eventually needed to move to Kansas City.
And actually, all things Sassy said makes a good point. A lot of these claims are literally irrelevant because June 2019 is 26 months ago, which is outside of what could be brought up in this case. I've got a clip here of what Katie Joy has brought up against Todd Chrisley, because Chrisley's issue is defamation, and actually she's been pulled into a whole different lawsuit over in I want to say Georgia, but I'm not 100% sure. But this is what she's been saying about Todd and what's kind of helped bring a lot of this to light. So I'm just going to play this for you guys.
I haven't put anything out differently than what has actually been reported. He was trying to say that I was questioning his sexuality, and that all came from his son. His son made a claim that he was gay, and he spoke to, I don't know if it was Radar Online or some outlet, and it was put out in 2016 or 2017.
Who the fuck cares?
So his son is the one that started that rumor.
Why are you
and
bringing
me
up
repeating that
sexuality and
saying this is what his son said,
if you're an
and then
advocate?
saying,
Yeah, why
well, if
is
that's
she
true,
repeating it?
I don't know that that's questioning his sexuality. That's just literally saying, well, this is what his son said. If his son has retracted that now, that.
I'm just gonna pause for a second and say, is that not the necklace that Tati Westbrook was wearing a couple months ago? I don't want to be petty, but I kind of a little bit want to be petty and say that, is that not the necklace that Tati Westbrook was wearing a couple months ago that was new that she talked about? I don't know.
I think the silence in the chat registers, it seems to me that nobody knows / cares.
Fair.
I have no idea.
She's allowed to buy whatever she wants. That's all I'm saying.
I was just impressed that her eyebrows are on.
Okay, don't start with me. Please. Start with me about eyebrows.
Chesh is lawful good. Confirmed.
What? I'm offended by this. Do we want to get on the conversation about eyebrows? Because I super struggle with mine in some ways that are really super subtle and nobody actually cares about.
I'm a white male, aged 18 to 55. Nobody gives a shit what I look like.
Alright, I'm gonna hit play, and by the end of this, you can vote 1 in the chat if you want me to talk about my eyebrow struggle, and 2 in the chat if you don't give a shit, which is, I really hope most of you vote 2. I'm gonna hit play.
Fine.
I also get the sense that he is not a heterosexual man. He's always evaded that question, too. He's always, played and toyed with the fact that, he can have all sex.
What the fuck?
And, that was always the thing about him that I was like, stop lying.
The only reason you would ever evade a question is because it's true, not because you just don't care to answer it because it's irrelevant. I don't know what you mean.
Chesh, when did you start beating your wife?
Fuck you.
Which one?
Just be gay.
82.
That's the one thing I hate, is that when people are so religious that they feel like they can't be themselves. So that was the only fraud that I thought was going on. But now he had that fraud going on, and then he wants to have the appeal.
Did she just call him not exposing himself sexually as fraud?
Yes.
Sorry, can you replay that bit? Because I'm...
Yes!
I think I took some crazy pills, or someone slipped something in my tea.
Religious that they feel like they can't be themselves. So that was the only fraud that I thought was going on. But now...
She actually just said somebody not coming out of the closet in what is clearly a conservative and religious family. Fraud.
I think.
Technically.
Well, see, here's the thing. I don't think she knows how shit like this works.
No shit, right?
But do you think she gives half of a shit how it works?
No.
What do you mean she's an advocate? Of course she cares.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Air quotes here. Care.
Hey, Chess, just be gay.
Oh, please.
No. We've already come to the conclusion she's non-binary. It's all right.
Oh, okay.
Or is that a fraud? That's gender, not sexual. Oh, wait. I guess you can't be gay if you're non-binary. Yeah, fair.
Can you be gay if you're non-binary? Okay.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Non-binary is under the trans umbrella, not the fucking
I need to talk to a professional.
I need a fucking flowchart.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I can actually give you one. It is on Google.
What if you're only attracted to non-binary people?
Oh, there you go.
I miss Chris.
What if you're only attracted to girls and femboys?
This makes me
asking for a friend.
Totally not gay.
This whole conversation.
I don't care what anyone says.
Okay, so Sam Chaos or Chaos Sam, however they go, is fantastic, and I definitely recommend you check them out. But this really does make me miss Chris from or Chrissy, whichever one they're currently going by. I'm not sure. Who used
Bible History Skeptic?
Yes, Bible History Skeptic. I miss them so much.
Yeah.
I do. I had some really good conversations, or what I thought was very good conversations.
And they're incredibly knowledgeable and super witty.
They're so great, and I would not be terribly hurt by them deciding to want to come back around. But I also am not offended by them deciding not to come around because, you got crazy people like this around and, whatever. I don't understand why you might not want to be around this nonsense.
Prediction for the future. They come back. Chesh says, I'll take you under my wing. I'll give you my YouTube views. I'll let you be on my live streams. And then they turn around and say, fuck you, I'm gonna dox Steve.
I can't dox Steve. To be fair, they did kind of accuse a bunch of us of being transphobic and against that kind of stuff.
And they're very against, clout chasing type stuff, so that would totally not be what they would want.
However, in their defense, they did take that down as soon as we talked about the fact that we were very confused as to why we were on this list. So I honestly have no idea what's gone on with them. I hope that they're okay and that the things that they have been working on have... I earnestly wish the best for that person, and I do hope nothing but positive things for them, in spite of or despite of, depending on how you decide to look at it, whatever has gone on in the past. I absolutely love them, and I want nothing but the best for them in any regard, even if that means my own downfall. Over dramatic. But
yeah, no, true that.
I have no intention of putting up a flag, have it get weathered by, the weather, and then say it was my neighbor who attacked my flag.
I posted the flow chart that everyone was wanting.
All right. Yeah, the last time I talked with them, we bonded over Arin's book being terrible.
Me and them, actually, the last time we spoke in person, were talking about doing streams about book reviews, about starting a book club and doing videos based on a book club. But that was
Slippery Slope Show.
So before, okay, it wasn't before that, but it was not related to that. It was around that time period though. But oh my god. Anyway, yeah, she kind of just said, I'm gonna put this back again and play it again, just to get back on topic, because this is kind of absurd.
That was always the thing about him, that I was like, stop lying. Just stop be lying. Gay. That's the one thing I hate, is that when people
that needs to be a soundbite.
are so religious that
no,
they feel like they can't be
just be gay.
Stop lying.
So that was the only fraud that I thought was going on. But now he had that fraud going on, and then he wants to have the appearance of being wealthy. So who knows what drove what here?
Wait, what appearance of being wealthy? Todd Chrisley has money. What appearance of being wealthy is she referring to? Is not coming out considered fraud? Because how does that apply to her buddy Kyle then? Because that is something that I do concern myself with. That is a whole nother side of the story, right? So if you don't come forward as being gay, and you get married and you have a family and then come out as gay later, there is a whole handful of people that had no fucking idea. Now that might not be entirely, you might be a product of circumstance. In which case that, hey, you're a gay person, you weren't able to express that you were gay, and because of that, or you did your best to live as a straight person because of the circumstances in which you were born, right? Okay, I understand that. I have sympathy for you. Okay. there's a whole group of people that when you come out, you have left behind that had no fucking idea that not only were you gay and not interested in them sexually, but also you're their parent, depending on how many people are involved in that. And that's a whole slew of nonsense of people who are like, I'm not okay with this situation. Not that they aren't okay with you being gay, but the fact that they're not okay with you told them you weren't, and now you've abandoned them. Which isn't every situation, obviously, but I'm speaking of those situations in particular.
Well, coming from a place, a red state, I mean, I don't really care. I'll tell people where I live. I live in Kentucky. Yeah. So coming from a place where people can live very religious lives, there are some people who grow up so absolutely repressed that they can actually be 100% like, as, you know, can be absolutely, like, have no attraction towards women whatsoever, but still get married, have children.
Performatively, yeah.
And then eventually come to, like, a kind of a breaking point where it's like, I can't live this way anymore. I'm going to, you know, I'm going to, like, I've kind of done some self, like, what do you call it? Exploration.
Introspection.
Yes, and now they want to live differently. And, like, they don't even know what gay is. Like, they learn, they find out, like, they don't even know. They find out, they want a change, and the last thing that should happen is that their family is told that they're gay before they understand what that even means themselves.
There's something to be said. I was looking at one of Girl Define's videos and Spotify streams, and it had to do, the one that they were talking about specifically was a lesbian woman who went from being a lesbian to finding the Word of God. And I haven't gotten to the end of the podcast yet, so I'm not sure if she decided that either being a lesbian was okay and she decided to marry a man anyway, or if she decided that she wasn't a lesbian anymore. I'm not sure yet. I don't know. But what I'm not a fan of is I'm not a fan of judging people by living whatever informed lives they decide to live. So if somebody chooses to live with purity culture, fine. If you want to live in this structure where man is this, woman is this, children are this, I have no problem with that. You're an adult, you're making that decision, you can live however you want to live your life. The same way it applies to, hey, you want to be a hedonist? And you want to have sex with, or you want to have sex with whoever you want? I'm also okay with that. You're informed adults. As long as you're informed adults. What I start taking issue with is pushing purity culture on young adults, people who don't know where they're at, people who don't know what the ramifications are. If you want to promote purity culture among adults and you're like, hey, listen, if you're an adult who hasn't had sex and you want to be part of this culture, go for it. Sure. I'm not going to say Girl Defined are living their lives in a way that's not appropriate or not okay. They're welcome to live their lives however they want. Right? They've made this choice. They're adults, and that's fine.
I would say that for purity culture, they don't just, it's not just for themselves. This is the sort of thing that is passed on to children.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I have no problem with teaching abstinence, right? Teaching abstinence is fine, but as long as that's not the only thing you're teaching.
And no forced chastity is so messed up.
Correct. Yeah, no, absolutely. So if you want to be, hey, listen.
Sorry, I gotta interrupt. As a dom,
go ahead.
Disagree.
Disagree with what?
The forced chastity is bad.
Oh.
You mean role play, as in, like, it's actually consensual?
The context was young
like
kids.
A virgin.
So...
No, yeah, sorry.
I for the very first time. I enjoy that people.
Just memeing, bro.
I enjoy that people view that song as like a virgin as in you're the one being dominated, but at no point does that song actually say that you can't be the dom in that situation. Just saying.
No, totally true.
I know we're not supposed to comment on appearances, but that one screenshot, did you see what it looked like?
Are you talking about the turtle one?
It looks just like it.
Okay, this is one of the things I wanted to get back on about people who criticize and comment on Katie Joy's appearance. This comes down to, oh, look at Jessica over there, whom I hate. Look at her over there fucking breathing. Nobody would give a shit about what Katie Joy looked like, and it's a very good chance that people would actually defend what she looked like, and how dare you talk about what she looked like if she wasn't a piece of shit. Which is my opinion.
Yeah.
There are people who don't like the way I look, and that's fine. You're welcome to make fun of how I look, however you want. If you want to say I have a Karen haircut, that's fine. It kind of makes you look stupid, because that's not what a Karen haircut looks like. I assure you, because while I was cutting my hair, we paused at the Karen part and made some jokes about it. But
okay, A, we need to see those pictures.
Yeah.
And B,
noted.
Louis Theroux, when are you doing your next documentary?
Oh. The thing is with when you start disliking a person, like who they are as a person and their behavior, there is a degree where you're going to start picking on about how they look.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's valid or not. On top of that, people who are complaining that Katie Joy gets picked on and how she looks are missing the point. The point is that KJ literally shits on the way people look all the time. And so they're like, oh, so it's not okay for us to do it? That's what it is.
This leads me back to like the projection argument you tried using earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I love
how little self-awareness is just
personally,
present.
I love observational humor too much to ever stop. As long as it's not done in hatred, as long as it's done in like, look at this.
You know, I've never really noticed anything about the way she looks until her eyebrow was pointed out to me. So that's why I noticed it again when it was
And that's
complete.
not supposed to be mean. That's just like, she took the time to do them. Why didn't she do both of them all the way?
Exactly.
I actually, when I did my TLDR about Katie Joy back in 2019, I painted her. I did a digital painting portrait of her. And I did not make her look bad purposefully. I went out of my way. I had people commenting telling me that I made her look better than she actually looks because I thickened up her hairline and like put in additional work. So it's kind of bizarre to me to kind of hear that complaint about people who are like, oh well, her chin is lopsided, and it's like it sometimes.
To be fair, like
she's
when
literally
you just
complained about botched like injections for Botox before. Like it's not a secret that she's gotten work done, right? And I don't think you ought to complain about people getting Botox, but I'm also not going to shit on people who are like, yeah, but she looks like a shitty person though. Like I can't. It's a human reaction.
Yeah. It's very, I mean, it is like pretty low level stuff, but
I would say that there's a difference between what you like, your baseline of what you look like just from what God gave you, and like the decisions that you've made for yourself on your appearance. Like if you draw your eyebrows on wrong, I don't feel bad. If you're a nice person, I'll make fun of you.
Well, here's the thing. So I honestly do not take an issue with the way someone looks. But like Chess said, if you're a shitbag,
people are gonna pick out every fucking single thing.
I am, and I'm sorry. She is a fairly-ish attractive woman, but her personality is as bad as boot. And I'm sorry if you cannot draw your fucking eyebrows on there, you probably shouldn't plug them to where you have to draw them back on.
Well, it doesn't help that she was trying to insert herself into the beauty community. I don't actually give two shits about the way KJ looks. There are some hairstyles that look better on her than others. There are some hairstyles that look better than me, like on me, than others. And that's fine, and you're welcome to, like... I made myself visually available. You're allowed to look at me. You're allowed to comment on the way I look because I chose to make myself visually available by buying a camera in the first place. I have already made this decision.
Everybody thank Chesh.
Oh my god, you are so welcome. The reason I actually got it was because I'm a very expressive person. The way I talk is very, and the way I, like, my facial expressions are very cartoonish. So, like, sometimes I'll just, like, my eyebrows are up and my face is like, what? Or my face, like, I have...
Jess, you are a cartoon.
I'm a walking cartoon. But at the same time, I made that decision consciously. And I've said before, if people come to me and say, hey, I'm gonna jerk off to you, I say, yeah, alright. Because that's not an offensive thing to me, because I made myself visually available. Now, if you try to make me participate, there's a different conversation to be had there, because I may or may not have agreed to that. If you see this and decide you want to fap to it, I have no say in that as long as you don't make me a part of it. But if you come to me asking for my fucking permission...
Will you give it?
To be fair, if someone comes to you asking your permission to fap pictures of you, just say no. Or say yes.
I'll probably say yes,
don't say you don't care.
Don't involve me any further than me saying, yeah, go for it.
yeah, that's yeah, okay.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, I've already made myself visually available.
Yeah, you do you.
Right,
okay,
but don't involve me in your nonsense. Right? Like, I feel like that's fair. So, like, do you think that Katie Joy would go around and say, hey, you're sexually harassing me, if she found out that somebody was fapping to her pictures? That's not fair.
Oh my god, we would never hear the end of it. Oh my god, we would never hear the end of it.
Unless she liked him, in which case she would giggle and you know.
To be fair, cool we did see how she reacted to Kyle, which is a thing.
What if it was Steve?
All right. So, if any of you have not seen where Katie Joy actually came from, she learned how to stream from Bullionator. Bullionator, who unfortunately is no longer with us and is probably one of the saddest things to come out of 2020. He's dead. He's no longer with us.
A moment of silence for Bull.
A moment of silence for Bull.
So that's
the patience I have. Yeah. How about them stonks? So, the only reason Katie Joy knows how to stream on YouTube is because Bool showed her how to do so. She said as much. Bool has said as much. Bool has on Facebook explained explicitly how he feels about Katie Joy. He's said this. So, Bool, for anybody who doesn't know, is part of the LGBTQ plus community. Bool was gay. Bool was also autistic. So when you have people like Katie Joy helping Kyle fuck over Bool and Steve, and Jimmy Snow being like, oh, but I'm autistic, well, that's never been a problem for Bool. Why is it a problem for you? Becomes kind of a question. I didn't do it. Bool in the chat for anybody who's a member, because there's a thing. Why did Steve just ask me if I have an Instagram, you Oh.
Oh my God! He
Damn
does not
it,
know you have an
Steve.
Instagram.
You never update it.
Yeah, she does.
The thing about Steve is he's like
rarely.
a million years old.
God damn it, Steve. Oh, hold on,
Steve cannot tech. Steve. Don't we all know this?
Steve's not that old. He's like, what, 50? 45?
He still can't tech.
Katie's shutting down Boole about the thing where she was accusing Steve of fraud. There's a screenshot of that.
There's screenshots of Boole where Katie said that there was some kind of lawyer-to-lawyer meeting between Kyle and Steve before Kyle had a lawyer, and Boole saying, that didn't happen because I was in that call, and Katie basically telling him to go fuck himself. Steve responded to me saying, God damn it, Steve, to me saying, you have an Instagram with you, love it. God fucking damn it, Steve.
It's like mostly of Puck, though, too. How does he not know it?
You know what? You're not wrong. You ain't wrong. I can't even disagree with that. God damn it. This is the thing that kills me about, oh my God, Steve spoofed an email. It's like, Steve doesn't know how to fucking spoof an email. Are you kidding me? Somebody in my Discord said that Steve doesn't know how to fucking hack his way out of a wet paper bag. It's like, you ain't wrong.
Have you seen him try to produce a stream?
Right?
Let's also put this in preference here.
Perspective? Preference?
Yeah, excuse me. I'm very fucking tired right now.
This is my, if it makes you feel any better, it's my job to literally know what the fuck people mean by this shit.
But anyway, so let's put this in.
Basically a giant babysitter at this point, Jeff. Sorry, go ahead.
Steve is so old that when he was in the Navy, there was 3 types of nuclear ships. There are only 2 now. He was on a nuclear cruiser. They don't exist anymore because it was a bad idea.
There was something, okay, so there was something that I found bizarre as fuck as when he first had, like, started taking issue with Unirock. At first, he had this issue with Uni, like, Steve had issue with Uni because he thought Uni mishandled some information. And he said so, and then Uni went the fuck off, and in response, Steve said, you don't have any honor as a person anymore. And Uni took that as, like, a veteran thing, right? Veteran to veteran. And I found that bizarre because Steve said nothing about Uni's, like, time as, like...
Yeah, it wasn't Steve. It wasn't Steve that said that. It was, yeah.
Unirock made it about that, right? Like, it was never
No. He started to make it out about that, but we, over on AT2's side, kind of reinforce the issue because I'm sorry, that's not how a veteran acts.
What I remember is Steve saying that, hey, Uni has no honor. He may have at this point when he was serving, but after that point, he's clearly does not have.
Like I said, most of when that came out, it had nothing to do with Steve. Steve just jumped back on the bandwagon. I'm saying I think on this because again, I'm tired and it's been a while. But I'm pretty sure it was us over at VTW that called him out on that.
So you're saying it wasn't even Steve. You're saying it was.
Yeah, I think it was us at VTW that called him out that, hey, you're pretty shitty for a veteran. Your honor is pretty much shot now.
Yeah, fair enough. I have another thing I want to show you guys, which was something I posted on the WOACB, which is the Without a Crystal Ball subreddit. I want to play you guys this video, and you yell at me when you want me to pause it, because okay.
That you're entitled to call me out for things, but you're not, because I don't respect you. So you're basically blowing shit into the wind. Absolutely nothing you say matters to me.
Okay, I'm the first one who pauses it. Rip me, I guess. What the fuck does calling someone out have anything to do with whether they respect you or not, and whether or not you're the one who decides if they can call you out or not?
I was filing that away in my brain. Like, I was like, when the first pause happens, I'm bringing that up, but I'm not gonna be the first to pause.
Motherfucker!
I'm sorry. I was just kind of distracted by the complete and utter lack of any sort of emotion or sincerity.
Okay,
Like,
there's
that
something
was-
that Jack
I was
needs
trying
to
to
know.
focus.
So there's something that Jack needs to know that Jack may or may not be aware of. Katie Joy, when she's on her Instagram, uses filters. And some of her filters make her eyes look black. Not because...
I'll just... sorry, can I counter that point?
Oh,
Discord won't let me load the stream. I cannot see what she looks like. I'm just listening to audio.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So
There
there's...
is just
I was about to
zero
call you...
emotion in that voice.
I was about to call you a motherfucker, but you know what? You ain't wrong.
I just feel like it's like a script that is being poorly read.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Fair
that's
enough.
what it sounded like before. It sounds like she's relying a lot on emotional leverage because she doesn't have anything factual to rely on.
Fair enough. We don't actually even know who she's talking about at this point, right?
Nope.
But I will be clear. Katie Joy definitely uses filters when she's talking on Instagram, and sometimes you can tell and sometimes you can't, and those who actually like watch her shit will know exactly which filters I'm talking about. And I'm just gonna hit play.
You guys think that you're entitled to call me out for things, but you're not, because I don't respect you. So you're basically blowing shit into the wind. Absolutely nothing you say matters to me. I'm not going to take your criticism. I'm not going to listen to you. Messy as fuck. Why I use my name is because for clout, for attention. I stand behind the things that I say, and I'm not afraid of people knowing who I am. I'm a piece of shit.
Not interested in having positive...
Excuse me, sorry, pause.
That was good. I mean, I know it was like a clip edit, but that was a good one.
I am not afraid to tell you who I am. My face is not hidden from the masses.
I mean,
my sacrifice will not be in vain.
I legitimately
as I perform this crusade for you, the people.
I actually got told that I was part of a cult because I got my hair cut by my sister.
Hey, I got a real question here. So,
sorry, can I just say that? Are you sure it's not a hair cult?
Yeah.
I like it.
Here's the thing. I can't remember what the fuck it was.
I apologize.
Yeah, I done fucking forgot it. Thanks, Jack.
Is it related to the fact that I don't have to take your criticism because you're already not positive of me?
Okay, Jay clarified it. Chesh, in the chat.
Yeah, Jay Brown said, I think it was Steve first, and then we follow up to clarify what Steve was talking about.
Yeah, I couldn't remember who did it first. It may have been Steve, but it could have also been us. It was a while ago. I think
you're talking about the question about veterans, right? The
Yeah.
honor thing
Yeah.
about I think there's a fair question and a fair conversation to be had about how long and in what way do you maintain your honor as a veteran when you are no longer part of the Army. I think it's a fair question.
It usually comes down to is how badly you fuck up on something.
I think that's fair.
Like the way Uni has. Because, in my opinion, yes, Uni's a veteran, but he has lost all honor to that.
God damn it, Jack! Just put your fucking link in the chat, you wiener.
Oh come on! Like at least continue talking, guys.
And to ignore what I'm doing right now.
Give me at least 2 seconds to be a shill for myself.
No, I think Nikki is right, because I recall Steve, who as a veteran of the Navy called out Unirock because he called him out before for mundane shit, and then Unirock escalated, and then Steve said that, hey, listen, you have no honor, though you may have had honor as being a veteran and as being part of the Army. I no longer respect you, and you've lost that honor as per your behavior outside of the Army.
Yeah, I got totally twisted.
That's how I understood it, right?
More or less, I think that's what he was going for, but it still comes down to, in our humble opinion as veterans of the armed forces around the world, because that's what VTW is. It's not just the United States veterans, it's everyone.
Oh, yeah. And some of them are conflicting.
Yeah. It's he lost it because of how sideways he went not too long ago.
Well, don't forget that before Unirock and KJ went against Steve so directly on YouTube, they went against Jared first. Like, Unirock had issues with Jared long before he had issues with Steve. And because Steve doesn't necessarily get himself involved in every single, like, spat between individuals, he gave both of them their fair shake, and Unirock went sideways.
Yep.
That seems fair to me. I don't know. Do you want me to hit play on this again?
Sure.
I think the transition was absolutely unfair, because there's no way we can transition to what she was wearing before in this and be able to retain anything that she was saying.
I mean, you know, like the YouTube poop mashup type style is kind of hard to follow, because you know what I mean, because you can laugh at it, but you can't directly address what she's saying if it's all going to be like that, right?
This is definitely a mashup. I will give it that. That's fair. It is totally a mashup, but I'll hit play on the next bit.
That one part definitely got me, though.
Absolutely nothing you say matters to me.
You can't criticize.
I'm not going to take your criticism. I'm not going to listen to you. Messy as fuck. Why I use my name is because for clout, for attention, I stand behind the things that I say, and I'm not afraid of people knowing who I am. I'm a piece of shit. Not interested in having positive relationships. It's very cutthroat. I'm going to expose you. Lindsay Chrisley provide information to me, and we provide you stories.
The Chrisleys? What did you want to say, Nikki?
Ash, when isn't the United States in a time of war?
Yeah, good question. Next question.
Pretty much.
To be fair, Ash, as far as I'm aware, is public knowledge, is not from the U.S. either.
No, she's UK. But what I was getting at is what she typed in chat, and I was like, I understand that. But in the United States, we're always at war, so we're all veterans, whether we serve on the front lines or not.
All right, I'm Canadian, so I'm just gonna throw a little bit of sass and be like, the last time America won a war, definitively won, was when America was fighting itself in a civil war.
We didn't win World War II?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, we did, actually.
Not by yourselves. You guys joined fucking late, you assholes.
Okay. Now you're adding things so you make it a
No,
one-on-one war.
I am definitely. Not only did you show up late in a metaphorical sense, but also you showed up late in a physical sense, which is why you got your fucking asses kicked on D-Day.
Well, we showed up when we were attacked, but I'll give Canada credit. You won World War II also.
You mean you showed up late after you were attacked by
Japan
specifically, and you decided not to join ahead of time during the fucking suppression of the Jewish people? That's what you mean?
Yeah, my country did nothing.
We were only a couple
Who
years.
joined you to defend the
Okay.
Jews? Nobody.
What?
Who did? Which country joined World War II because of Jewish oppression?
Jewish people?
And then which country
Sorry,
decided
Jewish
to
people
take
is not a
them in
country, Chesh.
Come on.
After the wars were
Chesh
over.
is failing history hard here.
Oh no!
Chesh is fucking flat. Like, right, I nominate Chesh for dumb fuck of the year.
Listen, listen. I'm not gonna front.
Alone.
Not only did America join World War II late as fuck, but also Canada joined World War II the day after Europe, and like the UK decided to proclaim or announce that they were at war. That we waited a day on principle to say that, listen, we're separated now, so we don't have to go to war because you say so, but we're gonna go to war because it's the right thing to do.
But we're still headed by the Queen.
Hold on. Cash, we only joined the war 3 years late.
Only 3
It was a 7-year fucking war. It was a 7-year fucking war. We still joined in the.
And do you want to be clear about what America was doing during the first 4 years?
We were
selling fucking ammunition and shit to Germany.
And providing.
Sorry, was that the US or Canada?
That was America.
We were also given the British supplies. Fuck off, because we lost some civilian ships.
Oh no, I agree. America definitely was like, hey, listen, EU and Europe and Canada,
Dr.
let us give you ammunition. But hey, Germany also, let us give you ammunition.
Ash,
I play both sides.
Wait, Ash.
When you play both sides, you always come out on top.
You make the most money.
No, seriously, Ash, you're not fucking wrong.
Correct.
But Dr. Marie, who won the fucking war in the end? Sorry, it was us.
Was it us as in America, US, us, or was it us as in like the US decided to work with other people to be able to succeed when they had a bunch of resources?
It was us as in the USSR.
Oh, okay.
So the US joining the World War II thing?
All right, time out. We're talking about Katie Joy.
I don't know. I kind of like this history more.
This is a massive non sequitur.
All right. Tell you what. I will promise you all a fucking U.S. history, a fucking big ass argument between like Smitty and Nikki and me, and I will get everybody in here, and we will all argue about World War II till the cows come home.
And that dickhead from the UK.
Hey, by the way, the Spitfire was overrated.
Do we want to talk about how all of the engineers from the Aero project that got debunked in Canada all went to NASA in America, which essentially means that not only did Canada succeed in getting to the moon, but we also got America to pay for it?
Hey, Chesh, that's partially true, but we also had a lot of German scientists.
What is not partially
we also
true?
had a lot of German scientists as well, so...
Yes, true.
Yeah, Canada, why are you relying on Nazi science? Canada.
Okay.
I've never seen a Canadian flag on the moon, so...
Yeah, because we used American money to get there.
You hitched a ride?
Okay, yes, correct. One of the best things is there's a whole video about like docking to the space station, and it's like, oh, look at all this American engineering, look at all we've done, and it's just like the arm comes down and it's got Canada, eh? And it's just like, I gotcha. Because it's the Canadian arm. It's actually on our $5 bill for anybody who doesn't know. But
does that have a name?
The Canadian arm?
No, the $5.
The $5. No, it's just a $5 bill. We do not.
The
call
giant
it
loon. The mega loon.
I have heard people considering calling it the Woody, which was when there was a joke on 60 Minutes, I think is what this show was called, where they talked about so we have the loony and the toonie, and they talked about switching to a $5 coin instead of paper and calling it the Woody. Well, they were gonna call it the Woody because that was the joke, right? Like, why would you call money the Woody? But anyway, our $5 bill in Canada has the Canadian arm on it, which is maybe it might be underestimated how much Canadian or Canada tech is actually part of or on or necessary for building the space station. Philosopher 5 says BNN bullshit. Nate News, quote, Steve McRae's crew anti-Semitic, end quote. Steve is Jewish!
Jew-esque.
For fuck's sake, not only is Steve Jewish, but also I recommend you check out my very first Dumbfeck Friday and take a look at fucking Nate. All right, I'm gonna
but he's agnostic Jewish. It's not the same.
Oh, right.
Well, some people do argue that your mother has to be Jewish and his mother is Jewish. So
also, welcome,
I've heard that from a lot of Jewish people. That your mom has to be a Jew.
That sounds like the Catholic. Sorry, go ahead.
Honest Red, would you like to introduce yourself as you've just come in here?
Oh, hi. Wait, is he here?
Hello.
Best introduction ever. Okay, I'm gonna hit play.
We need Panda. We need confusion.
What do you want? What do you want me to say? Hi guys, I'm Honest Red.
Yes, that was the thing I wanted you to say. Good job.
I'm actually gonna get out of here, guys. I gotta get to work in the morning.
Yeah, I woke up 5 minutes ago, so you have to give me a second to realize what's going on.
Just gotta consume some coffee. Okay,
just get some vodka in you, mate.
Okay, so Smitty has asked multiple times. I'm drinking a rosé wine, and this bottle I opened today before we started, and I drank maybe a glass before we started, and I'm working my way down because this shit is nonsense.
Wow, you use a glass? Rosé. That's way classier than me.
Don't get me started.
What is it? What is it called?
It's a rosé. So it's not like a red wine, nor is it a white wine.
It's like a pink wine.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, honestly, the pink wine is like my favorite.
It's probably the best combination.
Yeah, but I don't think I've ever drank out of an actual glass. I just open the bottle and just drink it.
I think pink ice wine might probably be the best wine, but I've never had it.
So many pictures around of me just chugging bottles of wine.
This would make a really good ice wine, but it would also make a really good when you mix wine with spritz or punch. It would be very good.
Or sorbet.
Yeah, my camera's pretty fucked up right now.
Don't bring Kevin into this.
My Discord never works right for me, but if you can see, this is what I've got right now. It's homemade strawberry wine in a 2-liter Lambrini bottle. Lambrini won't mean much to anyone outside the UK, but it's a 2-liter bottle of wine that I fill with homebrew, and it's strawberry wine.
Nice. All right, I'm gonna hit play on this. We're gonna keep going because we're looping back to KJ. Because okay, here's a bit of the problem with KJ is that she is looped into so much shit, and Steve is looped into so much shit. I shit you not. I have screenshots of KJ and Matt Dillahunty. And so you've got KJ linked to Matt, who's linked to Jimmy, who's also linked to KJ, right? This is such a nonsensical garbage group of people who have been all intertwined. I had somebody one day decide they wanted to play Dungeons and Dragons with me, and they told me how they wanted their character to be, and they said they wanted to be kind of an outsider at school, but they were an elf in the Feywild. And I was like, how are you an elf in the Feywild that goes to school? How many elf children are there? And the response was an average high school. And I'm like, you had like 400 elf
That's
children
how it works.
for every generation. So I'm like, okay, all right, we're throwing out everything we know about the Feywild. The Feywild is actually made of interwoven elf children. Like, there's so many elf kids that the thing that makes up the elf like land that they live in is actually still living elves that are interwoven because there's so fucking many of them because they never die.
Maybe it's a school
This sounds like some. This literally sounds like kind of the plot to like Dragon Ball Evolution.
It is. It's like, okay, there's so much.
Yeah, I don't think elves go to school.
This is like, okay, listen, there's so much garbage written about Steve that the garbage written about Steve is actually interwoven with other garbage written about Steve. So where is the truth in the garbage?
You know, I was thinking about that. I was like, how is KJ gonna be able to discern anything real that she might be able to use in a case?
I don't know. She's sitting there being like, hey, I support Jimmy and I'll be there for whenever he needs me. Meanwhile, Jimmy's over here taking advantage of his platform 2 years ago being like, I'm an influencer. How long have you been a fan of me? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Know what I mean?
I don't understand. I think it's a lot of people who, you know, okay, I think I do understand. People who want to imbue an ideal image but don't want to do any work. Like, I want people to see me a certain way, but I don't see that thing.
I've had actually people confirm in my comic section about my Dumb Feck Friday of Jimmy Snow and my that time of the month about Jimmy Snow that I've been like... So I was around probably the longest out of the people that I had on that time of the month who had known Jimmy for the longest period of time, not only as like somebody who watched his show, but also somebody who had interacted with him personally, like on a one-to-one basis. And there were a handful of people who were like, I forgot about his Discord. I've been in there for a while. And I went and looked and I left because, oh my god, are you fucking right? And I really hope those people took screenshots of it because I can only imagine the absolute nonsense. And this is part of the problem, where you've got people who are like KJ making a umbrella statement about whether or not they support Jimmy, or whether or not they support Matt Dillahunty, or whether or not Matt Dillahunty supports Jimmy. I really do feel like it's probably a conflict of interest for somebody like Matt to be working for, without disclosure, Jimmy Snow. That because it makes the line as a YouTube channel ambiguous. It makes it appear as if it's though it's an ACA show. And I think that's problematic because now you've got people donating to the line thinking that they're donating to the ACA and they are not.
Yeah, siphoning money to a for-profit thing instead of a non-for-profit.
Correct, especially when Matt is going to take issue with people who are making not like for-profit businesses like Jimmy, right? So you've got this very confusing, very tangled web of like, what the fuck is going on? And you've got KJ in the middle of it just being like, ha, fuck you, because that's all everything she says to me seems like. It seems like, let me just throw whatever fucking nonsense I can into this, into this garbage. Like, if KJ had actually moved away from non sequitur like she said she did, and from the atheist community like she said she did, why the fuck is she still talking to Kyle from that video from a year ago? Why the fuck is she still talking shit about Steve if she's moved away from all this shit? What the fuck is going on?
I don't know. I don't know why she still holds on to this stuff. She's never going to get over it. Like, it's just never going to leave. I don't think she feels like she ever won anything. I don't think there was anything to win, and that maybe was the problem. Maybe she never. I don't know. I really don't know. I can't suss that out in my head.
Sounds like it's the thing that gets her the attention to me. So if she's trying to leave and realizing that she's not getting attention otherwise, it's probably what's keeping her on the topic, I would guess.
It does kind of remind me of children who can't get positive reinforcement from the people they look up to. They act negatively, and then they get the negative reinforcement, and then they keep doing it because that's the only attention they get is the negative side.
That sounds. It sounds in my head. It sounds like that makes sense. And when I'm thinking about this whole situation, I'm thinking about everything up to right now. Like even with the lawsuit that just hit and the way she's reacting today. But today is a special day because today she's reacting with by breaking down, and today is outside of everything because she's going nuts today. We'll know more about how she really feels in the next coming up days. I
don't know. I feel like her losing her shit now is how she really feels. The next couple of days are going to be more calculated.
Yeah, I've seen it so many times from creators that don't want to get pigeonholed into one topic, and then they try to move on to other things and realize that nobody gives a shit about their opinions on anything else. So then they go back to the same thing that gets their interaction, right?
You see,
we've seen that with Steve multiple times. A good example is Sinister Porpoise. She doesn't get any views worth of shit unless she's talking to Steve, and so she says she's not going to talk about Steve anymore, and then loops back to talking about Steve because it's the only way she gets any views.
What you were hitting on is exactly what I was talking about. We're seeing exactly what she's feeling now. We're not seeing what she wants to imbue now because she's losing it. But as soon as she gets calm and collected, she's going to become the KJ she wants to imbue. And when that happens, then I think she'll stop talking about this pretty freaking quick. But not until she goes back to the KJ that we all, quote-unquote, know and love. Lots of quotes.
As she's currently making a new fucking Twitter account. It's a bizarre situation on a whole, right? It's how do you track what somebody is saying, whether or not it's here? How many times, if you want to ask a fair question, right? How many times has Steve deleted what he said about KJ?
I don't know of any.
I know 0. I know.
Yeah, no, I was thinking, is that a trick question?
Well, I can think of one time he's deleted something related to KJ, but not what he said about her. The only
just a spelling error or grammar error.
The only time I can think of that he's deleted was when he mirrored her apology video to him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And he removed that because she struck it for copyright. Because if you remember, and he said so.
It was in a gray area, yeah.
Well, he said so ahead of time. He was like, listen, I'm mirroring this because it is to me and I want my audience to be able to see it. And I want to know if what she's saying is legit or if she's going to strike me because it's not legit.
Yeah.
And she struck him and he didn't fight it. He was like, no, that's fair. I'll take it down. And then she deleted it so nobody could see it. Well, we ended up doing a fucking commentary on it anyway, so if you want to go see it, you can, and a account named Roadhog went and covered it also, so you can go and see that too. Once it's on the internet, it's there forever. You don't get to take back what you put onto the internet. The things I say tonight are going to exist in perpetuity, whether I delete them or not. Because I know for a fact that everything I say is going onto a Discord that records literally everything I say because I work with Steve. And even if that wasn't the case, it doesn't matter anyway, because once you put it on the internet, it's on the internet somewhere forever in some capacity.
Yeah.
Right?
Chesh, I gotta ask.
That's what I assume is whatever. I just assume it's going to be that somewhere.
Correct.
Sorry, Chesh, I have to ask this as like a devil's advocate kind of thing.
Yeah, no, please.
But no, you keep saying like, oh, this is all out there. Like, when it comes to like the video production, would you put links in the description to like point people towards this? It's a lot because in the future, like a lot of people are like, a lot of people might want to be like, I want evidence of this. Links in the chat. Links in the description is a really good way to like get, like even just screenshots or just like here's the thread entirely.
So it kind of just depends on what you mean. I've been showing the screenshots as we've been speaking. So if anybody wants to search any of those screenshots, they can use the advanced option in Twitter that lets you search, and you can just type in what it says, and you can type in whatever account is saying it, and it will bring it up. And so the same with like, let's take for example the Wayback Machine. So even if they have, even if they have removed it from Twitter, the Wayback Machine will in general hold it. Now, if you're talking about whether or not I've removed anything or Steve has removed anything, no, all of our stuff is still up. Anything that has been removed from any of us has been either not willing on my part, in which case I did have a sacrificial account, and it was admitted to be a sacrificial account in that this account is going to get removed for some reason eventually. Whatever the reason is, fine, whatever, that's the point. But it was the one that had the shared block list. And I had made another account purposefully to be sure that, hey, listen, this account is sacrificial. This is the one I'm going to be using when this account finally reaches its heat death, which it was going to do eventually. That was always the intention. So when it did, fine, whatever, here's my account that is actually for just me. Right.
You mean people that accused Steve of deleting other people's tweets helped get rid of all of your tweets?
Yes. Twitter
was deleted.
Twitter doesn't look like that.
Going to be a conspiracy.
They're like, challenge accepted.
Twitter doesn't work like that, you slanderous bitch. That's actually if that was
actually.
Go ahead.
Just to let everybody know, I actually tweet like genius things all the time, and Steve keeps deleting them. I am
67
a genius.
67 IQ.
To let you know. Yeah, just 200 million IQ. Just to let you know, Steve just keeps deleting my tweets. I swear to God.
Steve sexually assaulted me.
And deletes it on Twitter.
Don't forget to just put on Twitter or in the live chat, Steve sexually assaulted me. Here's my Twitch.
in Minecraft. You have to add in Minecraft.
But I got rid of the Twitch link, okay? What do you want? What more do you want?
And that's how it is, right? That's the bizarre decision you get to make. Do you want fast numbers? Do you want numbers quickly that actually don't garner you any views, as we can see from... Because, like, the people who hate Steve are such advocates, right? They're such advocates for gay people. They're such advocates for trans people, which is why they were following... If you're familiar with Laura from my malicious compliance video,
yeah,
she recently had a video... She recently did a live stream, which I probably know more about than the majority of people that supposedly support her. She had a video updating about her transition, and the number of viewers she had was 1. So you tell me who supports whose transition, right? Who's the advocate here, right? The people who are willing to have the difficult discussions that work towards advocacy, or the people who are like, fuck you in general for some arbitrary reason.
Yeah,
and yes,
people...
it's arbitrary.
So Chesh, so do you mean I streamed a boring game yesterday? I had myself and one other person watching, so that means I'm more popular than someone else?
Yes. Correct.
Well, that's usually how that happens when you try to make content that's focused solely on like hating on certain people. It's like the only people that you bring in are people that are against that person and not people that actually care about what you want to do beyond that.
Well, I mean, it's...
Yeah, because at the end of the day, like, who... These videos, I see these videos, okay? I don't watch all of these videos. I'm a skimmer.
Who
I'm
the
a
fuck has time to watch all of these videos? These motherfuckers make more content than, like, fucking... But combined? You don't have enough time in the planet.
So this is my point, okay? If you're making, like, hundreds of people making, like, hours, thousands of hours, or dozens of people
There's
thousands
weeks.
of hours of content.
Yes, if you were to watch Steve for a multiple of weeks, just content about Steve from people who hate Steve. That's not including content about me. That's not including content about, like, Red's rhetoric. That's not including content about, like, Manya. If you were to trim it down to only content about Steve, you're looking at weeks of, like, you sitting 24/7 just, like, staring at a screen watching all of this shit.
These people are not just, like, they say they're advocates of, like,
fucking
rights, of some kind of rights or something. What they are actually are advocates of just hate. They will,
okay,
like, if they catch you, like, oh, you said something transphobic, now they already don't like you. Now they have a reason to hate you. And they are an advocate of that. They're not an advocate of anything else.
And the thing is that they quote-unquote support you. If anybody wants to know, look at the history of In Time. Right? Nick Suter made a decision. He made a quote-unquote business decision. He decided that he was like, hey, listen, the short-term gain of the people who hate Steve is worth more than the slow grow that, like, Nikki is currently going through. Right? It's worth more for KJ to hate on Steve to get that miniature boost than it is to have a channel that's got any kind of fucking credibility to slow gain and slow grow. I think Nikki's channel is worth investing in if that's something you're Are you interested in the game she plays? Are you interested in what she does and who she is as a person? Yes or no? If yes, then go and subscribe. If no, then I'm not gonna you shouldn't pretend to be invested because you want to hate on somebody else, like you see on fucking Laura's channel with a lot of her shit. They're not invested in who she is, a trans person. If she was, she would have a lot more than one fucking viewer. Because I don't give a shit about her. They're taking advantage of her to hate on Steve. I highly recommend you watch my fucking malicious compliance video to understand the context of what I'm talking about. Please take it away, Nikki.
And here's my thing on this. Most of my content right now is going to be Eve-based. It is a fucking boring ass fucking game just watching it. I already know this. I know other Eve streamers. Most of their success comes from Twitch, not YouTube. I am never, not for a long while, going to have anywhere near that level of interaction for a long time, because channels that are dedicated to Eve grow stupidly fucking slow, whether they be on Twitch or YouTube.
I mean, that makes sense because Eve is a slow grow game.
People care about the content more than the character. in my experience on Twitch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's the thing.
I completely disagree. I think.
Hold on.
I think gaming is way oversaturated, and if you try to build an audience strictly on the fact that people like certain games, I think that you're fucking up. I think people will watch games that they like, but they'll watch them from personalities that they like.
I think it
and
depends
you really
on the
need to have an
game.
outstanding personality in order to like
Yeah,
do
I think it,
gaming successfully.
it depends on the game, right?
I mean, dude, if you're like super exceptionally good at a certain game, then like I would say that's like an exception. There's exceptions,
Faker.
of course.
Hold on. I actually kind of agree with that because 2 channels I follow on Twitch that are EVE related. Most of them are their own group that's watching. 2 different streaming channels on Twitch this last weekend both had well over 1,000 views apiece. Sometimes they were peaked to over 2,000 views. One of the channels is just sitting there shooting the shit, doing giveaways for skins for ships and shit. The other was covering the news of the fucking 13-month war that has been going on in fucking EVE Online.
Yeah, EVE is... you've got wars in EVE that last longer than fucking World War II. Like, there's like... Yeah, I know that. Right? The thing is that, like, there's a group of people, there's a niche there. And the thing is that in some cases, yes, it's the personality, and in other cases, it's the game, and in some cases, it's both. So a good example of both is probably Tyler 1. Tyler 1 in League of Legends is very much people watch him because he is the Draven of League of Legends players. And if you're familiar with League of Legends, Draven is actually a champion in the game. And he plays the champion and every other champion as if he was this one champion who encourages this very, very selfish gameplay.
I just want to speak for everyone in the chat who doesn't know anything about League of Legends.
Right. He's a champion that encourages selfish gameplay. And that's fine. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. Let your support die and flame them because they're garbage, because you need them to be alive and you died. Whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is that you've got like a positive and a negative depending on where you are in that sphere. And the same thing applies to KJ and Unirock. It's bizarre how weirdly this is the same fucking shit.
I got something to say. So, you notice how... Alright, so I don't know how many people actually watch a whole bunch of shit on YouTube, other than what we normally would watch. But you ever want to know what the fastest growing channels are on YouTube? They revolve around 3 categories. Do we know what those 3 categories are?
Inform us. I don't fucking know. I don't use tags.
Now remember, I'm talking about thriving.
All I want is to hang out with Jack of Hearts sub. I don't need any of this nonsense.
Oh no, she would love
Dude, I just woke up. I can't answer questions right now.
Hold on. So one of them is what multiplier or I can't even say his name. Multiplier.
Markiplier?
Thank you. Jesus Christ! I'm kidding you.
I love Markiplier for so many reasons, and I feel like nobody understands why I love that man, and I don't think anyone will ever. And even though there are probably hundreds of people who absolutely do.
No, I get
anyway,
it. I like
that style of like gaming style shit, and kind of the whole drama-ish shit. That stuff.
Unis Honest.
It is a extremely fast-growing way to look at Jack Skeptic Guy. Perfect example.
No, the thing with those kind of people is it's kind of like a momentum thing. Is the reason why they continue to grow so rapidly is because they already are the biggest people streaming games on the platform.
They got in when it mattered for them to get in, and they were able to do it from there. However,
Two others.
go ahead.
Two others is general purpose bullshit drama, not associated around one fucking person, but drama in general. And last but not least, people who can fucking sing and do music properly. Those channels fucking thrive.
There's
no,
multiple...
dude. If you want to grow, all you have to do is placate to dumb fucks. Like, if you wanted to like do like a conspiracy channel right now and just like
somebody
lie.
said like, sort of like Nate's.
I agree with that.
Right, and Nate's channel has done well. Nobody can deny that Nate's channel has done well. The thing is that what do you want? Do you want quality or do you want quantity? Do you want numbers that are might imply something, or do you want numbers that are actually valuable? I would rather have the number of subscribers that I do and take my sweet ass time getting to 3K and have like $500 a month, which is the equivalent of the same amount that fucking Team Skeptic is making with 5-6 times my goddamn numbers. Who gives a shit? Numbers are an illusion. Numbers make you look bigger and look more important, but if you have people, individuals that give a shit, KJ has large numbers. I'm not gonna deny that. Her YouTube numbers are fucking bonkers. I don't know why her numbers are so big as they are. Fuck if I understand any of that shit. But
the numbers don't lie.
But
they spell disaster for you.
But they do lie, and they're an illusion.
Yeah, that's the point. The numbers do lie.
It's not necessarily as much as it is.
That's why I made the offhand comment a couple months ago. Big time YouTubers, as a sarcastic remark to my 40K or 50K subs.
I think it's bizarre. So for anybody who doesn't know, Nikki has been treated like shit by people who are part of the quote-unquote skeptic community, the flat earth debunker. She has been treated like garbage, and she has done absolutely nothing but support these people, either financially or by doing additional work for these people as a moderator or for these people as like just a support system. And she has been treated like garbage when either asking for help or return, or just, by fucking existing, because fuck you in general, I guess. And it's been trash. And I talked about this over on my TLDR Team Skeptic video, as well as my Projectionist video. And I recommend you definitely check it out, because if you are an advocate for LGBTQ plus people, if you are an advocate for people who are trans in particular, because I'm not going to question Nikki's sexuality, because I actually don't know what it is. I don't know if...
I keep people guessing, but it's bisexual.
That's fair. That's fine.
I just want to be on the record and say I don't care.
Right? And like that's what I mean. It's like her sexuality is different and separate from whatever she's identifying as and where she's at within her transition, and that's okay. There's no problems here. But why would the skeptic community treat her like shit? Right? Like,
and so far, most of it, a large majority of it, has been diehard followers of certain YouTubers, and mostly the creators.
So why would creators who are skeptics, give two shits about somebody's sexuality or identification?
Are they?
Right. Are they skeptics?
Well, it's not so much they went after my sexuality or any of that shit. It was a simple fact. I stood up for friends.
They were just cruel.
For what reason? Right? So, I'm gonna hit play on this video. Let's keep going, because we got lost on KJ shit. Let's keep going on KJ shit.
Well, I don't spend a lot of time dealing with YouTube drama. I was in the middle of a lawsuit.
Come on.
The fuck out of me.
I don't spend a lot of time with you.
This
What's
video's
your
not fair.
your fucking channel?
This video is so unfair. We're never.
If anybody ever asks why is this video as long as it is,
work, guys, I can't anymore. No. That killed me right there.
If anybody ever asks, oh my god, why is this video as long as it is? And why is anybody like, why aren't you addressing these issues? What fucking issues? This is dumb as shit! I've never been in YouTube. Steve never had any drama until Chess showed up. What the fuck?
She basically had like a pregnant pause for like 15 minutes on this face, and then you press play, and it's like the most absurd garbage comes out.
Yes. Did you lull us in? And now we're having like a 24-hour stream just to do this 7-minute video?
Oh my god! I'm hitting play. Fuck off.
I mean, no. I don't mean like that stop was important. You needed to stop there, but it's insanity. This whole video is insanity. We're going to get stopped every second.
It didn't last a whole second.
I'm legitimately going to go to bed, but I am going to exit out of here, and I'm going to go put this on my phone and watch it. And then I'll still be in the chat until I fall asleep. But
all right, fine. When we get to the end of this video, this video is over. All right. When we get to the end of this one, when we get to the end of this fucking KJ compilation, we're done. But I make no promises as to how long that's gonna take.
I mean, the ratio is like 15 minutes per 15 seconds, so.
I'm in it. I'm
willing to go as long as it takes, to be honest. I don't have anything better to do for the next several hours.
Good night.
I believe. Good night, Nikki. Go to bed. We'll see you in the chat. Alright, I'm gonna play. Are you guys ready?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm a piece of shit. Not interested in having positive relationships. It's very cutthroat. I'm going to expose you. Lindsay Chrisley provide information to me, and we provide you stories. Well, I don't spend a lot of time dealing with YouTube drama. I was in the middle of a lawsuit. Extreme anxiety and stress. I acted out. I lashed out. I yelled. I got sad. I contemplated suicide. There was a night that it was really dark here. And
oh god, Amy Joy's in the chat, you bitch.
Who's that?
Okay.
I have no idea who this is.
I don't know either. But she went down like a big, humongous, like she spilled a lot of like garbage out for everybody
too.
You
say that like it wasn't like chunked together.
I mean, it was, but like, what is everybody supposed to do with all that? Like, she has, like, yeah, she needs to see a therapist. I hope she's taking, like, medication. I hope she's dealing with any of this stuff in a healthy way. I really hope that that's the case. But, like...
I'm gonna finish this bottle, and I'm gonna get off stream, and I'm gonna go vomit.
Same.
But it's like, what is she saying any of it for? What is it linked to? Like, I don't even know why we should know anything about that. That's something that she should be talking to her therapist about. Unless she was having like a mental health stream where she's trying to like relate to people about that.
It's doing like the sad fishing type stuff where, you know, you say you're under struggles, blah blah blah.
It kind of reminds me of when Jimmy Snow was like, hey, listen, I have these issues and I've been in therapy about these issues and I'll probably be in therapy my entire life. And it's like, good, then take this to therapy. Why are you on YouTube?
Yeah.
My autism.
No! No!
When you say something like that,
immediately maybe my scale is unfairly skewed, but Boole was autistic. Boole was gay, Bull got fucked over by KJ. Bull got fucked over by Shannon Q. Bull got fucked over by Kyle. Bull got fucked over by KC. Bull got fucked over by GE. Bull got fucked over by Katie Joy. And he is not only a part of the LGBTQ plus community, but he was also autistic. So when you say, hey, this autistic person is using their autism to justify their shitty behavior towards this other autistic person, I have big question mark above my brain.
And also, what you're doing to everybody who's listening to you is you're telling them, hey, do you know an autistic person? Here's some red flags you should know about this autistic person you know, because apparently this is the way autistic people act.
It really is like that, because he's leveraging his negative things that people are criticizing him for into the autism. Not the positive things. He doesn't say, my advocacy, XYZ, great things, because autism. He's saying... I
wrote a whole fucking blog. I wrote a whole thing on Patreon for anybody who's a Patreon or a member. I wrote a whole thing about how, like, hey, listen, you are making people think that they ought to expect this from autistic people. They ought to expect this behavior from autistic people, either as a justification or for people who are normative behaving this way, pretending or saying that, oh well, it's autism. Or even if they don't, you're putting it in their head that, oh well, maybe this person is an undiagnosed autistic person. Oh god, the ramifications.
I take it as anything Jimmy says about his own condition is
for Jimmy and Jimmy alone.
Yeah, and you can't, unless it's Jimmy's therapist coming out with Jimmy's consent saying, yeah, this is because of his condition. He's using it.
You can't. Okay, so there's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B, in my opinion, when it comes to Jimmy Snow talking about autism. Some cases are yes, and some cases are he's using it as a shield. I don't think it's a blanket both. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it's a blanket as in, like, every time he brings it up, it's not a shield, or every time he brings it up,
sometimes it's just an explanation.
I think he uses both, and in using both, he uses both in the same way that a lot of, like, people like Kent Hovind, or people like... I'm using Kent Hovind as an example because he uses Kent Hovind, right? What's the other one? The fucking Banana Man. What's Banana Man's name? Thank you, Ray Comfort. Some things Ray Comfort buys, and some things he doesn't. And in doing so, he makes it difficult to navigate which things he does. You can't say he doesn't believe any of it. Because some of it he does. You can't brush him off entirely. It's a weave, right? So it's the same way with Jimmy. Jimmy weaves. So sometimes he's using it as a shield, and sometimes no. That is a legitimate explanation, and you have to take each thing individually and as it is. And I think to do anything less than that is a disservice to autistic people and a disservice to Jimmy himself, because I think that Jimmy ought to be treated as a human being. He ought to be treated fairly. And to be treated fairly, you have to take each thing as it is, and to not, even though he may or may not be taking advantage of the fact that you're going to do it that way. The same way that KC or GE or KJ are going to take advantage of the fact that Steve isn't the type of person to go after you fallaciously. He's not going to fucking do the shit that you're going to do. And you're taking advantage of the fact that he's not going to do those things. And so for Jimmy, the same way that most people ought not take advantage of things the way Jimmy is currently taking advantage of things, you're going to analyze each things individually. You ought to analyze each thing individually and not brush it off or accept
even if he casts,
it as a whole.
Even if he casts his own doubt on his own actions with the ones that seem,
Exactly. Thoughts, questions, concerns?
I agree.
Thanks, champ.
Sorry, I just have a lot of mixed opinions, and I'm having trouble expressing them because of someone who has autism dealing with that.
Yeah,
and then
that's
people
understandable.
use it as a shield. And
there's a bizarre thing that I don't know if Jack you've seen, is that Jimmy enters a conversation accusatory and confrontationally. Now, he isn't reacting in that case. He's choosing to start the conversation this way. So as somebody with autism, or as somebody with this issue, or as somebody with whatever issue they may or may not have, you're choosing to start the conversation this way. So we saw this with Matt Dillahunty. We saw the same thing with Jimmy more than once. So at what point is it autism, and at what point is it you've decided to start the conversation this way?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of, because autism is such a huge spectrum, and Jimmy and I could be on completely different planes. From my perspective, I tend to not go into any sort of discussion, assuming that the other person knows what my opinion is, or cares, or.
So you're saying that you, as an autistic person, you tend to approach a situation without assumptions that somebody's going to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the opposite. That's the opposite of what we see from Jimmy and Matt, which makes me think that this is not an issue with autism. This is an issue with ego. Both Matt Dillahunty and Jimmy suffer from an inflated ego. They think that people ought to know. They expect, and same with fucking even KJ, whether she's got autism or not. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that she's got an ego. So she enters.
This person knows me.
This person knows about me. This person knows what I think. This person knows the situation. And so I'm going to enter the conversation as if they do. And I'm going to enter the conversation being like, well, I don't know why you've decided to lie about this, but whatever you do, you, as if that's not a manipulation tactic. Autistic or not, for whoever they're talking to. Because you're making an assumption that whoever Jimmy or whoever Matt or whoever KJ is speaking to in private, in the hypothetical, because again, I will emphasize that this is a fucking hypothetical, that the person they're speaking to is not autistic, which I don't.
Those are too hard to understand.
I don't necessarily think. Well, right. I don't necessarily think it's fair to assume whoever you're talking to is not autistic, because you don't know that.
Yeah. I just tend to try and enter a conversation to, if it's a complete stranger, a complete blank slate. I have no idea what their position on anything is.
Jack, how familiar are you with the Rachel Oates, Gabby Hanna, and Jimmy Snow situation? Are you none, or yes, or no?
Like 4%. It's been a very busy couple of weeks for me.
Did you happen to see my Dumb Feck Friday about Jimmy Snow and showing how Jimmy tended to enter a conversation?
I did. Again, bits of it.
That's fine. I'm not gonna hold that against it. So it's, if you notice that is something that is consistent with the way Jimmy enters a conversation, is that he says, "Hey, why the fuck are you part of this?"
Yeah. I remember that bit. Yeah.
But he doesn't say what the fuck you're a part of, and like, Matt doesn't say what the fuck he's talking about. He just assumes that you know, and assumes that he means it in a positive light. But he's starting the conversation with what the fuck. And like, he's starting it with an aggressive tone. I'm not one to tone police, but we're talking about people's individual private conversations, not public conversations, because there's a big difference between when you ignore someone's point and use tone as an excuse to ignore someone's point versus whether or not you like I would take for example even Autumn from today. Autumn, applause to her for calling into a judgment call today, despite that I did a Dumb Fuck Friday where she showed up in the Dumb Fuck Friday. I called her a stupid bitch. I applaud her for being able to show up and have the conversation anyway, because there are things that are more important than whether or not someone called you some names. So applause to her on every degree in regards to that. But at the same time, she confronted me, but at the same time didn't confront me. She wanted to confront me without me being able to talk back and like actually talk about that situation, which is fine. I let that go, right? Because I agree with her. There are more important things to talk about. Now, whether or not you take issue with her saying that, hey, maybe if you wanted to talk about this more important shit, you shouldn't have brought it up in the first place. Fine. But I also stand by that she claimed that I'd never asked her. But if you watch my video, you can see the tweets that I made asking her for clarification, which she didn't respond to. So you've got a situation where somebody's saying, hey, you should have asked me, and I'm like, well, I did. But I also, if you're familiar with my channel, have a standing expectation of if you didn't, I'm responding to what you said publicly. I don't feel like it's my responsibility to go to you in private to find out what you've said, which I can't talk about anyway because it's in private. So what am I supposed to do with that either way? Right? So I'm in a situation where, like, listen, I stand by the way you behave publicly makes you look like a stupid bitch because of the way you handled this situation. But I will also take your criticism and say, hey, listen, in this area I took you at face value, and in this position I took you charitably. And maybe I should have taken you charitably in other regards. Perhaps. But I'm not commenting about what could and could not be. I'm commentating about what is. And you didn't address me when I asked you for clarification. So what am I supposed to do with that? Now, I'm not petty, right? Well, okay, I'll be clear. Sometimes I'm super fucking petty and I don't give a shit. But in this case, I decided and chose, because I'm an adult,
You tend to match the level of whoever you're communicating with.
Yes, I decided to not be petty. I'm not interested in arguing about whether or not my tone on YouTube is appropriate for your tone on Twitter. Now, do I think that's fair? Maybe, but we can have a conversation about that. I'm more than happy to have a conversation with her, and I will match her. I think that's fair. The same way I was willing to match Gary, the same way I'm willing to match Autumn. But at the same time, I'm also willing to let her say whatever I want, whatever she wants about me without pushback, because I didn't give her any pushback. I was like, okay, no problem. Let's talk about the thing that matters. But the fact that she felt it necessary to bring up something petty to try to undermine right from the get-go ought to be something that people notice.
Josh, how much longer has this video we got?
Forever!
That was another 15, 20-minute run.
Forever! You really live here now!
6 minutes.
I'll hit play. I don't even know who this person is, but we'll hit play.
Can I tell you guys a long meandering story that has nothing to do with what we're looking at right now?
If you do, I'm going to bed right after.
Alright, let's go ahead and just keep going.
We got a crystal ball. Hey, Joy!
Well, I'm not into drama. I don't want to be part of this.
Like months ago, like you thought like that fake GoFundMe.
What?
Fake
Is this
GoFundMe.
a conversation?
Yes. Okay. So.
Oh my God! Why did she She looks like she's not prepared for it. She looks like she just woke up.
Okay, so for anybody who wants to know about fake GoFundMes and Ronald McDonald GoFundMes, please go check out my other interviews that I've done with people who were around Katie at that time of those GoFundMes. Please go check those out. Oh my god, you're so welcome. I'm gonna hit play. Bye!
Fake GoFundMe.
Oh, don't play stupid, please.
I am a problematic person. I have done problematic things. Research, which is highly defamatory and slanderous. Lindsay Chrisley used as a source. And you do this to me, you haters. You don't want me.
Only haters talk about Katie Joy.
I love the Minnesotan accent sometimes. You haters.
You haters? Okay, I'm not gonna... I will be straight up. I don't actually hate KJ. I don't actually...
Can I confess something, Chesh?
Yeah, please.
I am so far outside of this community at sometimes. I do not fucking give a shit about this person in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, we're in this community and we don't give a shit about this person in any way, shape, or form.
Like, I am so far outside of... Look, this is like a side hobby for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna forget.
Is it even a
5
hobby?
minutes after this conversation.
It is a hobby.
Right?
This is fun. I like this. This is fun. I get to hang out with some cool people, have some fun, like, discussions, like, talk about shit. Talk about whatever we want. I got to stream a game, like, for whatever reason.
Alright, I'm gonna ask the
It's
chat,
fun.
and I'm gonna ask you guys, how much do you think Steve... Like, how much time do you think Steve spends, thinking or talking about Katie? When there isn't, like, active litigation? Like, how much time do you think he actually invests into this?
Or would he hypothetically?
Including live streams or any sort of videos.
So the question is how much of that time is that video actually in a 24-hour day?
I think when he's actively engaged with something, it like consumes him 100%, and then when he's not, it's like zero. He's like, I could care, I don't care.
I think you'd be surprised. So okay, so as one of the I'll out myself about this. Steve has said that there were people who were like, listen, you need to back out on the Katie Joy shit. I was one of those people. I was like, okay, listen, if you're gonna go big or go home. If you're not gonna fucking call her out during when the NDA shit went down, I was one of the people that was like, listen, you either need to go hard or you need to go home, and you need to shut the fuck up. And the reason was because I personally was concerned about Steve. I was like, listen, you've got the Kyle shit. Yeah. You're not getting this and that. Do you have any idea that as that person who was like, hey, maybe this isn't the best idea, how happy I am that the way this has worked out in a way that where not only is Steve is in a better position, but he's also getting way, way more support than he was getting? That I am so happy that this is 100%. I have not seen a way that this has not worked out in his favor so far. I didn't tell Steve that he needed to back off because he was being inappropriate with KJ. I told Steve that I thought that if you're gonna go big, you need to fucking do it, or you need to fucking go home and stop stressing about this, because I was concerned about Steve, not because I give two shits about KJ or what he was doing was wrong.
Yeah,
because
it'll pull him
question.
in. Yeah, pulling him in, it's very unhealthy unless you're gonna actually push forward with it and do something with it.
Pick a lane, right? And this isn't the first time that I've been like, listen, Steve, I'm taking issue with what you're doing. That's never been an issue. And that's never been a conversation that we've been unable to have. There is one singular caffeine corner that happened without me. One. And if you watch and if you look at what surrounded that Caffeine Corner episode, you will know exactly why. And you will also understand that if you continue watching, that we worked it out. right? It was like, hey, listen, I'm taking an issue with this. And we managed to figure it out. Because business relationships and human relationships aren't necessarily always easy. I don't always agree with what Steve does. And I don't necessarily always support Steve right out the gate. I need to understand what the fuck is going on if I'm...
You mean you communicate and you like to have reasons for things? Wow.
Oh, wow, yeah, I know. Holy shit, go figure. And sometimes we disagree, and sometimes Steve will cater or agree with me, and sometimes he won't. And in times that he won't, I may or may not cater to him. There are times where I'm like, hey, listen, I understand you don't agree with me. I understand why you don't agree with me, and I support your decision anyway. And there are times where I'm like, listen, you don't agree with me, and also fuck you, and I won't. It's almost like we're individuals and we react and respond as if we are individuals. I'm not in a situation like where Matt Dillahunty is getting paid by Jimmy Snow to do the line. Steve is paying me more as an individual than he is as an employee, which does not seem to be the case with the line in the ACA.
That reminded me of the Nate thing where he said he's going to refund the $50 super chat.
Oh my god, okay, so for anybody who isn't aware, at one point, I think it was during the Roadhog conversation, Nate Brody decided to super chat Steve $50 to say, hey, he was wrong and you should accept my apology. And Steve was like, fuck you, I'll give you your $50 back, you can suck my dick. And I said, but say that, but keep the $50. And Steve was like, no, I should give him his money back because I'm not accepting his apology. I'm like, but that was never part of the agreement when he super chatted you $50.
Yeah.
We had a whole live on-air disagreement about this, and we talked about it on air, and I won. So, for anybody who's like, hey, listen, Steve does whatever he wants and fuck anybody who talks to him, you're wrong.
Misogynist.
Right? I straight up disagree with Steve, and I convinced him otherwise because, shocker, he thinks I was right. Because at the end of the day, this fucking idiot decided to spend money to tell Steve to essentially go fuck himself. And I was like, but you read the super chat, right? And he's like, I mean, yeah, I read the super chat. So that's what they wanted from you. That was the agreement. He super chats, you read the super chat, correct? And he's like, I mean, I try to read every super chat as long as it's not homophobic, and that's what they're super chatting for, or, you know, transphobic or whatever. And I said, okay, so you read the super chat, and you answered the super chat by telling him to go fuck himself. Are you not entitled to that money then, based on that agreement? And so at the end of the day, go fuck yourself, I'm keeping your money.
Now, anybody out there in the chat who's still trying to calculate how long that Steve thinks about Katie, keep in mind the random angry J.O. sesh.
Yo, Steve would have also been the guy who didn't actually, like... Steve would have been the guy who put out the whole $50 and gave that guy his whole $50 back, even though YouTube took a 30%.
Oh, yeah. I would have, too, if I was going to give it back, but I would have never given it back.
Yeah, I would have never given it back either. I think people grossly overestimate what their donations really entitle them to.
To be honest, what I would have done is I would have waited until one of my speedrun marathons would have come along, and I would have just put it on top of what I normally donate.
The trouble is that super chats don't actually entitle you to dick fucking all. And Steve's just a nice guy to actually read them out.
Exactly.
And most channels are nice enough to read them out. So, like, modern day debates, in some cases, actually sacrifices good, legitimate questions to the panel members to cater towards the bullshittery questions that get asked through super chats.
Dude, super chats and stuff is no different from like a tipple. You put the money in and then it's no longer your money and you don't get to tell anybody to do anything or get your money back for stupid reasons or anything like that.
I mean, at least most YouTubers in the community that I'm familiar with, or the communities, plural, that I'm familiar with, if you super chat while you're watching, like, Critical Role, nobody's fucking reading your super chat on the stream. It's not happening. And so depending on where you super chat and when, you're going to have different expectations, but those expectations are not something that is set in stone. There's been times where I've seen people delete and be like, go fuck yourself, I'm not reading that out loud because it's something anti-Semitic, or it's something that's like bullshit, it's a lie, or it's something that somebody just wants to get you to say so that they can get a clip of you saying it. It's bullshit. So it's not reasonable nor fair. Like, if KJ came in here and made a super chat for $50 that said, Chesh, say blank, and then I read, oh, well, yeah, no, Steve's a fucking liar, not only would I probably read that, but also the clip running around would be ridiculous and hilarious. But if there was another YouTuber who was like, no, fuck you, I'm not going to read that, they would totally be within their rights, and nor will they be responsible for refunding your money. Verillion for 10 said, hashtag, I want our fund. Exactly.
Or I want a refund. It all depends on how we want to read it.
Listen, how do I want to read it? I want our fund is how I'm going to read it. Bite me. Huxall for 5 says, my super chat entitles me to ensure Puck gets his boops. Is true. That is one thing I do guarantee on this channel. But that does not mean that if you super chat on KJ's channel that her dog is going to get boops. It only means that on my channel will Puck get boops.
Nobody is super chatted that we should play the video, so I think we should just keep talking about random crap.
Hey guys.
I was actually gonna jump in with some random crap, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, look. I don't know if you can see him. Do you see his legs sticking up?
I see something.
That's his back feet. Hold on.
Shiva was he's
like getting trees just now.
Ah, you sit on a pillow. I got cushion action on my chair too, but that's because my lower back is just destroyed.
Oh, fuck you, I got a spine injury.
Yeah, I don't know what mine is. I gotta go get an x-ray done.
I got an impact fracture, what do you call it? Impact fracture? A compact fracture. Snowboarding.
Yeah, honestly, I just assumed she like sat on a bunch of phone books so that she could reach the table.
His face is right here. Like his booper is right here. So you've got like his back little feetsies and his front little feetsies, and his face is right like snugged into the couch, so you can't. Puck. Hey Puck, are you gonna show us? He's like,
he's done.
Nah, fuck you. I'm sleeping. Taking a.
He's done for the night.
He's like looking around like he fucking gives a shit, and he does not.
We'll have to get breakfast boops. So you're donating for breakfast boops tonight.
I gave him his boops. He just doesn't give a shit because he's a dog.
Aww.
But yes, but that does not. So I get paid. I get paid for these super chats in their entirety, outside of what YouTube takes, and Puck gets his boops. But on Judgment Call, or if we do like a special Caffeine Corner, I get a percentage, and Puck is not guaranteed his boops. To be clear.
I have to admit, I did steal something from you, Josh.
Good. What was it?
So on my Twitch stream, so in Twitch, there's a big difference between Twitch and YouTube, which I'm discovering tonight, because I'm not too familiar with
I've done
YouTube
both.
live streams.
There are definitely differences. I've done both.
One big difference is like the channel points, and I stole Boop Shiva. So if people like watch the stream, they get channel points, and yeah. So if they have enough channel points, they can Boop Shiva. I have to Boop Shiva.
I approve of all of this situation, and I 100% approve of you booping whatever is appropriate for you to boop in regards to said channel points or bits or super chats.
I had.
You can't see me moving Puck because he's hiding his face behind the thingy. Come here.
You heard her. She gave you full permission without any restrictions.
Puck.
That would turn on for something, for a certain amount of points or whatever, for a certain amount of time.
So just take it to. Can I? I was just gonna say, take it back like to do. One like what you were saying about people being entitled
right
about.
Fucking there. He is like arced around this fucking thing, so you can't see his face because he's a dick.
All right, Trash is too far gone.
Yeah.
You just put another
there we go.
Windowsill there.
Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, Josh is gone.
He got all his boobs on camera. It's there. Yeah, there we go. There's proof. Proof of
That's what I would consider a half of a bottle. Just saying.
Can you fight me IRL right now?
I'm just saying those are what I consider the small bottles.
I think we're all drunk and distracted, Talk Skull.
Alright, I'm playing the next part of this video. Bite me.
Go for it.
To have any success, I'm a shitty person because you don't like me. And I could be doing anything else, and I'm focusing on this. I'm a piece of shit. Shame on you. He sends them to the Reddit on Without a Crystal Ball, which is filled with bullshit. Then they put that on Reddit. And they're laughing at me on Reddit because they literally did this to me. I didn't.
Okay, listen, a lot of people are laughing at you on Twitter and at Reddit because Katie Joy debunks Katie Joy.
Was this her freaking just reading terrible comments to her off of chat? Like, why would anybody do that?
Original Nelson says first to breathe in, play the vid. I love you.
Alright, no more commentary, play the vid.
Do anything.
This right here, this woman right here, she is the goose that laid the golden egg.
Alright, I'm gonna take a little bit of irony that not only is her husband's name Todd, but the person who is currently fucking her sideways is also named Todd. That's all I have to say to that.
In terms of YouTube.
I did speak to the police today about the reports, and they said that they closed them because they were not. So CPS refused to do anything because CPS said that they just were not valid, they weren't verifiable, and they didn't meet any criteria for anything. They didn't even want to look at it. And then the one that they sent to the police, the detective closed because they watched my channel and said that everything that they told them was false.
Sorry, can you play this last 5 seconds
So now
back to us?
5 seconds?
Maybe like 9.
And I could be doing anything else, and I'm focusing on.
She could be doing anything else, guys.
On this, I'm a piece of shit. Shame on you. He sends them to the Reddit on Without a Crystal Ball, which is filled with bullshit. Then they put that on Reddit. And they're laughing at me on Reddit because they literally did this to me. I didn't do anything.
This right here, this woman right here, she is the goose that laid the golden egg in terms of YouTube.
I did speak to the police today about the reports, and they said that they closed them because they were not. So CPS refused to do anything because CPS said that they just were not valid, they weren't verifiable, and they didn't meet any criteria for anything.
They didn't meet any
They didn't even want to look at it. And then the one that they send to the police, the detective closed because they watched my channel and said that everything.
The police closed it because they watched my channel.
Yeah, why does it sound like a child telling this story?
I made up some bullshit, and then I was called out on that bullshit.
And when the police came over, and then they watched my channel, and
everything that they told them was false. So now we get to press charges against them.
Maybe she got really intoxicated.
I have zero things to say about Lindsay Chrisley is getting a divorce. Why don't you guys say some good thoughts for her?
I ain't gonna lie, I haven't drunk enough for this. That's just me.
Why did she say the last thing she said?
What are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm demanding an answer, young lady.
You're
yeah,
asking
you started this
a
stream. You have to have the answers for it.
You're asking a 17-year-old to answer for this adult woman?
Yes.
This grown man? I don't fucking
Talking
know.
on behalf of another woman is misogyny.
Even if you're a woman? Oh, wait.
Yes.
Hold up. I'm not a real woman. Let me put this back a couple of seconds.
And then the one that they send to the police, the detective closed because they watched my channel and said that everything.
Are you asking me to explain to you why the police might have closed a case because they watched Katie Joy's channel because I'm a woman?
Well, they watched her channel because I guess they're big fans.
Oh.
Of course, police are going to be big fans of her channel.
Yes, as a child, please explain this to us.
It's almost like she went on a whole shtick trying to say that somebody in her local police department mishandled her rape case or something weird.
Can I just jump in for a second with some kind of expert information?
Expert in okay, but I want you to explain to you
in an educated sense.
Educated in what way?
I'm just going to say, when it comes to digital data and when it comes to harassment cases or anything reviewed by the police, they will often employ teams to look at certain things. Like they'll have teams to look at this thing, they'll have teams qualified to look at that thing. And when it comes to cases where there is online harassment, they will have teams that view their case and then they make a report, and then that report is given to the whoever, what authority would decide what happens after. So that team will literally scour every page. They will spend hours. This is their job. This kind of bullshit comes up, and this is their job. And if the police have reviewed this shit, I mean, it may be different in America because, they might have different resources for different states or whatever. But this is from my education in forensic science in the UK and digital forensic science in particular. They do review everything.
Yeah.
So when they make a report saying it's not there's not substantive evidence. It's not on a whim. They and when there is something to be seen, they will press charges and they will seize information. If there was anything to have been seen, for
you
about
mean
the
that
sexual
if she
misconduct
had
stuff.
actual
If there was anything there or anything, Steve would have had all his possessions repossessed, taken away by the police.
Or she might not
analysis.
have, dismissed her own case that she brought forward.
Yeah.
Weird.
Are you saying that a police officer was paid and forced to watch every video on her channel?
It depends on the severity of the case, the circumstances in which the charges have been pressed, the parties involved. the whole group of circumstances, but it could get to a point where a team would be employed to review, like, they might give a date time frame in like the charges to be pressed. The statement from the witness or the person being, the victim or the alleged victim, I should say. And they might get to a point where they review like all videos between that timeline. And then if there's anything to be found, they will investigate further.
I got a little heartbroken there because I thought that sounds like torture to me. I thought somebody was actually getting, tortured, and that was really made me sad. But
these are the cogs that work in the machine that we live in, my friend.
I assume they would divide up the work amongst a bunch of people so as not to psychologically damage anybody.
Oh no, yeah, it would definitely be a team.
That screen pause is like a horror film.
Okay, I was thinking that earlier.
That should be a thumbnail for something.
The new Scream movie.
You could actually just use that thumbnail.
For a dream place in the background.
You could use that thumbnail for anything. Like, you don't even have to use it for like a Katie thing. You can use it for anything. It's scary. You use it for all kinds of stuff.
Gary.
Yeah. Just save it. Save it.
Gary.
I'm just hitting. Don't talk about my fucking 6-hour conversation with the fucking Steve hater Gary and all his apologetics. All right, you want to go watch a 6-hour fucking stream about somebody going in circles about fucking rape apologetics and fucking racist apologetics and yada yada yada. I had 6 hours of that shit.
Dude, I fell asleep during that stream and I woke up and you were still going.
I tried, okay? I'm hitting play. Bite me.
What they told them was false. So now we get to press charges against them.
Maybe she got really intoxicated.
I have 0 things to say about Lindsay Chrisley is getting a divorce. Why don't you guys say some good thoughts for her? She's going through. I have to take care of myself. I have to take care of my family. And what I'm not going to tolerate is people literally what they're doing.
Oh, that explains everything.
All right.
I'm not gonna tolerate people what they're doing.
That's a quote. That is a quote.
I don't think you were thinking this.
I think that's fair. I don't think you should have to tolerate people with what they're doing.
Did she use the word with? Because that makes sense. That actually kind of makes grammatical sense, but I'm not sure if she used the word with.
So I couldn't lower myself enough to not include the word with in there.
I can't. We've been live for way too long, and I'm just gonna hit play because I want this to be over.
I didn't ask to be a part of this. You don't know anything.
I didn't ask to be a part of this. She brought me up and called me elite hacksaw 2 years ago, and I didn't ask to be a part of this. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. Okay, I play.
The bulk of the information I got was from people involved, and it was not.
This is the information that I got. The bulk of the information I got about all the people who Steve has harassed, like Laura and Fiona, has a lot to say about you. And if you don't know what that's from, go watch my malicious compliance video, because that's exactly what it's from. And I've been told, and this person said this, and I don't have any information. It's all from these other people, and I didn't ask to be a part of this. I hit play, okay?
From people that were like on YouTube. I'll say I used one screenshot of a Twitter comment from one person that wasn't involved today. That was it. The rest was stuff.
1% of the people involved that deal with me think this one thing, and so I have to address all of it.
Yeah, I'm just getting word salad.
now I kind of want to go back to something I said earlier, but I hope she's seeing a therapist. I hope she's getting some medication. Maybe she's not on the right. Maybe she is getting medication, but might not be the right medications. A lot of people don't get on the right medication at first. So a lot of people gotta try a few times before they find the right medication, and sometimes it's a rocky road. You know, sometimes it can make life very hard, and you shouldn't probably be in front of a camera live streaming and trying to make coherent sentences. Sometimes that can be impossible.
It's almost like that YouTube. And
I feel personally attacked.
Are you suggesting that people on YouTube and the people that you interact with on the internet are not your emotional punching bags for whatever you're going through in your real life?
Fuck you, Chesh.
Oh.
You ruined my life.
Fair?
I mean, not all of them. Not all of them.
I play.
I collected myself, or things that were provided to me as a part of an investigation.
I've filed privacy complaints and
This is my favorite. This is okay. I need to explain to you. You don't understand why. Okay, look, we've had conversations.
YouTube does not.
Multiple. Oh, fuck off. Come on. Okay, there we go. Ah! Why do you look like this? What happened? No, I wrecked it.
What'd you do?
I ruined it. There we go. Okay, hold on. Go away. I wrecked it by pressing buttons. Don't worry about it.
Piece of
information on it.
Okay, so this is my favorite. So this might be a little bit hard for people to see on the outside, but that right here, that's Holy Spackle. For anybody who was interested in our conversation from the other day. Over here is Ethan, also known as ProLib, who admitted to falsely reporting us to various groups or various institutions, I guess, admitted to falsely doing so. And over here is Navy Techs. Navy Tech sent me a fucking "oh no, I am non sequitur" fucking video at the very beginning. And then of course you got Unirock and fucking goddamn Katie being like, and with Rohog reviewing it. Like, really? Like, really? Okay, I'll put it back and play it. This is just,
let's go.
This is just a thing to me, alright? There's... Like, if you've got, like, fucking Unirock being like, yeah, no, Holy Spackle knows the fuck she's talking about, I'm probably gonna be like, does she, though?
Of course she does.
Uh-huh. This is the same person who, I don't know if you guys remember but Demi, also known as Anti-Ordinary, posted a video explaining about how Rez Rhetoric was confronted not only with a gun, but in a very uncomfortable situation where his privacy was already violated during a funeral, that Holy Spackle and others confronted him and recorded him without his knowledge. She gave this audio to Demi, who exposed it and then took it down after the fact.
Yeah, I've said some really mean things to Demi, but I don't regret anything I've ever said to Demi.
That's fair. I hit play.
Piece of one screenshot of a Twitter comment from one person that wasn't involved today. That was it. The rest was stuff I collected myself, or things that were provided to me as a part of an investigation.
I've filed privacy complaints and YouTube does nothing.
Because YouTube can, because it's Fair Information Act.
On it, but they don't sing for it. They say it doesn't break the guidelines.
Thank you, bitch. So you admit.
Autobot.
I think if
Roadhog said, "Thank you, bitch, so you admit it. It doesn't break the guidelines."
Yeah, I mean, if YouTube would know, right?
Okay, I wouldn't say that YouTube would know. I would probably say that, hey, listen, YouTube is not adhering to whatever guidelines I think are ethical, but you can't say that somebody else broke guidelines because they didn't do anything ethical or unethical because they're not breaking the guidelines. So you can say that, hey, listen, the court, right? So let's say you had a court that didn't follow what you think is ethical. The court isn't what dictates what is and is not ethical. Society does, and the court has to catch up, right? The court, by the way it is structured, has to play catch up with whatever society has agreed to think is ethical or is not ethical. If you want, for example, actually Canadian politics is very good for this. So most of the provinces had already agreed that gay marriage was an ethical thing that is totally fine to accept. But it was far later, when pretty well all of the provinces had agreed that this was okay, before the federal government imposed it on the provinces to say that, hey, listen, if you're a province that's behind the times, we've all already agreed that gay marriage is ethical and you should allow it. And so most of the provinces had already been like, yeah, no, we've been okay with this since the 60s. But there's the one or two that are like, oh yeah, okay, I guess fine, whatever. There wasn't really much pushback, let's just say, because by the time the federal government was okay with it, all of the provinces had already been okay with it, right?
I mean, it was pretty much like that in the United States too. Like, by the time they enforced legal gay marriage in the United States, everyone was pretty much on board with it, and it's not even really a conversation that we have anymore. Even whoever has a problem with it is pretty much moved on to fighting about trans people now.
Yeah, they usually just move on to what else can we hate now that we
now it's hating on trans people. They've pretty much accepted that they've lost the fight on gay marriage.
There's a matter of it depending on where you are, right? So there was really not very in Canada. There was very little to no pushback about gay marriage, but at the same time, although Canada still provincially and federally supports things like Catholic schools, they're part of the public school system. They have requirements, however they are allowed to teach additional curriculums that have been pre-approved. But at the same time, gay marriage got almost no pushback in the federal government. Now, provincially, at the time that it happened, provincially, yeah, maybe, but federally, there was nothing. There was no real pushback. There was maybe some, but nothing that was actually substantial.
Yeah, granting extra rights shouldn't be something that the government should stand in the way of, especially
granting rights of people that everybody should have should not be an issue. The majority of the issue that I see is that people who are like, well, but I'm treated special aren't treated special anymore, and they see that as an affront to, as if because I'm not treated special anymore, I'm being cast aside. But at the same time, it's no, you're not losing anything, it's just everybody else is being brought up to your level. So yeah, you're not special anymore, but also you're still equal to everybody else, which is where it should be.
I mean, I see people using that as an excuse, but really I think deep down they just think everybody else is icky and want to be able to step on them.
Everybody wants to be part of that sort of an in-out group, even if that in-out group is an in-group of one. There's always some way that someone is going to feel superior to another person.
I'm going to hit play. I want to see where this goes.
Right, yeah.
I'm not cruel. I'm not really cruel to people, but Karma was annoying me today. Kissing my ass.
Yeah.
That's just weird.
I just
So weird.
It's like, why are you pretending like we're best friends? I don't know who you are except for that you are a hateful troll that was 2 weeks ago riding the Katie hate train, and now you want some clout and you want to be on the right side of the story. I don't hate everyone. Like, I'm not a hateful.
She just admit the right side of the story was against her.
Perhaps unintentionally, I don't know.
She sounds so paranoid.
I'm just gonna hit play because that definitely. I'll play it again, but you let me know in the comments.
In my ass?
Yeah.
That's just weird.
That was it. The rest was stuff I collected myself, or things that were provided to me as a part of an investigation. I've filed privacy complaints and YouTube does nothing.
Because YouTube can, because it's fair information
on it, but they don't think for it. They say it doesn't break the guidelines.
Thank you, bitch. So you admit.
Autobot. I think
I'm not cruel. I'm not really cruel to people, but Karma was annoying me today. Like kissing my ass.
Yeah.
That's just weird.
I just
so weird.
It's like, why are you pretending like we're best friends? I don't know who you are except for that you are a hateful troll that was 2 weeks ago riding the Katie hate train, and now you want some clout and you want to be on the right side of the story.
Oh
she's
yeah,
saying
no,
that
she
she's
was
the right side
she was
of
saying
the
her
story.
side. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, if you really are on the right side of the story, like that's like a shitty way of like treating people that are like trying to like learn the truth, and they're like, oh, you know what, I was actually wrong, and now I want to be on the right side, and then you're like, no, get the fuck out of here, you're just cloud chasing.
Also, that little clip started with a conditional on the term like, I don't think I'm cruel, but or whatever.
But
so.
All right, I'll play. We got 2 more minutes.
I don't hate everyone. Like, I'm not a hateful person, and people.
Guys, KGA isn't a hateful person. I don't know what to tell you.
It's proven.
It's funny that when she says
Provable?
something, I instantly don't believe it. So I instantly am like, she does hate everyone.
It's almost like you have a history with her and you've seen what she said in the past. Bizarre. Okay.
People are allowed to criticize me, you guys. I don't care about that.
Oh, we're allowed.
But what these people are doing.
So that means that this video will not only not be struck, she won't bitch about it, but also there will be no commentary about this whatsoever because she doesn't give a shit.
Oh.
Wait, what about
Criticism
people she doesn't
allowed.
care about? Because she said earlier that she won't take criticism.
How dare you use her words to contradict her words, because it's only like KJ contradicts KJ and debunks KJ. How fucking dare you? I'm hitting play, you monster.
Doing is ridiculous. But I can't find it. Okay, my son might have been playing with it. He turns it into like a battle thing. And I will say that we do have all of her messages. So she gave everything to Salts. Like everything. Every message, all of her social medias, all the DMs were downloaded. They have everything. Yep.
You might want to be careful with the music. I don't know.
Yeah, the music sometimes really goes over a voice.
Who is Salt? Who is Salt?
Okay, Salts was Toddy's lawyer.
Oh, okay. I'm just like...
Allegedly, according to Unirock, I tried to hire Salts as a lawyer about something. I don't know what, but something.
I like that name. I mean...
Yeah, fair.
So she's not lying about that. Sometimes when people are willing to hand things over, you take it and it helps you fill in some blanks. Like, stop. I get what you're saying. No, just stop. I don't want to hear it. I've seen firsthand through my own communication with her that she is easily.
Can I talk real quick about how nice her kitchen is?
Yeah, it is nice. Oh, and I thought of something.
Nice kitchen.
Saltz should go out of his way to find a lawyer with the last name Pepper, and then go and like.
And be Salt and Pepper?
Yeah.
Ooh. That would be good.
Yeah, that's
Why not find a guy who's called Vinegar, and then he can become so Vinegar.
Ooh.
Her kitchen is nice, though.
I think you're probably just hungry, which I am also hungry.
I am.
That's fair.
I've got a brownie right here. I'm eating a brownie.
Easily manipulated just in how she gives things willingly to people. I never knew her. I've never known her.
I respect you enough to not say a word when I'm told not to.
So, do you want to name who she named, Katie?
Today?
Yeah.
Oh, God. So, I saw the screenshot of the actual account she spoke to. It was the real account of the person she had been blocked, and it was Steve McRae.
Yeah, the audio mixing on this is bad.
She had been... Wait, Okay, hold on. Quote, she had been on the account... Hold on, let me replay that because that was some weird sentencing.
So, do you want to name who she named, Katie?
Today?
Yeah.
Oh, God. So, I saw the screenshot of the actual account she spoke to.
I saw the actual screenshot of the account she spoke to.
It was the real account of the person.
It was the real account of the person.
She had been blocked.
She had been
And it was Steve McRae.
It was the real account of the person she had been blocked. It was Steve McRae. So, question, besides the fact that we don't know who she's talking to or who she's referencing, how would Katie recognize or verify that whatever account that was being spoke about was Steve? Because we know that there has been multiple times where there has been multiple accounts made that have pretended to be Steve. Like, this has been verified in the past. There's been plenty of people who have pretended to be him in the past. So how would Katie know?
Oh, she saw a screenshot, a whole screenshot. Wow. Amazing. I wonder what this is regarding. I mean, I don't really care about the details. She's like dropping the bomb about some screenshot she saw. Ooh, I don't care. Like if I saw a screenshot to prove some crazy thing I'm investigating, I'm gonna sit on it because I would hope that if I was investigating something and I had a screenshot that was backing me up and I brought it to you guys would just laugh at me because that's nothing. It's literally nothing.
You mean like Steve saying, hey, I don't know if these screenshots of KJ are actually KJ. I believe they are, but I don't know. I haven't been able to verify them, but if they are, holy shit.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Bringing back memories. Yeah, I mean, it's... Yeah, that's a very honest way of going about that.
Steve has gone out of his way to be sure to not, despite the intervention of outside parties, Steve has gone out of his way to not accuse KJ of shit she hasn't done?
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys really think that people would, like, change their name to somebody else's and like change their profile picture to like look like somebody else and like pretend to be that person?
Oh, we've never seen that before. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's impossible. That is literally impossible. That
you
can
can't.
Never
Twitter
happen.
won't let you do it.
Yeah, Twitter won't. When I went in and I put Mr. Serious, I quite literally had to change my name. It's my name now. I had to just
your legal name is Mr. Serious.
Yeah,
you have to provide a SIN number for it, or
yeah.
a SII or a SSI, whatever it is in America.
They just took away my identity.
Could you imagine what would happen if the fucking American Bible Belt found out that the Canadian, the numbers that they give people for getting jobs is legitimately called a SIN number, like SIN? Like, it's actually called a SIN number. They're gonna lose their goddamn minds.
I'm telling.
Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Right?
Canadians.
They don't lose their shit. I'm doing my best to legitimately consider and take into account whatever the flying fuck it is that the Girl Defined is trying to promote as purity culture. And I'm doing my best to acknowledge that adults can live whatever life that they want to live. But at the same time, I'm like, they're gonna find out that, like, Canada uses something called SIN numbers, and they're gonna lose their goddamn minds, and I, like, oh my god.
It's the number of the beast.
Dude, people think that all Canadians are so friendly, but really, dude, they're all, like, they're either degenerates or they're psychopaths.
Both?
It's just a cover. It's a cover.
I mean, what's with that stupid Monopoly money as well?
You just
For
don't like that
fuck's
our money
sake.
is different colors and all your money looks the same, you fucking denim 80s using motherfuckers. We got like denim pants
down
and
to the
denim
queen, bitch. You
You-
still bow down to the
never
queen.
ended in Canada. They just like all went up north.
Listen, you
And-
fuckers have denim pants, denim shirts, denim jackets, denim money. Y'all need to fuck off.
You see, what the people that have been talking about global warming
Jax
really
is from the UK. He's just fucking with us.
see what it really
He's
is.
like, let me cause the colonies to fight amongst themselves.
Canada's stealing all our coal. That's what's really happening.
What? Oh,
Yeah.
that's a real climate change. Is Canada stealing the snow?
That's why it's so hot here. It's because Canada's stealing all our coal.
Do you see everything that we do to not have to talk about Katie Joy? Like, for hours. We've been live for, oh god, how fucking long? How long have we
You know
been
what?
live for?
Like 2 hours, like an hour and a half ago, I said, okay, I'm only gonna do this till 6.
You lied to yourself, whatever it is. I don't even know how long it's been, and I know we've been live for 4.5 hours, and we're like, none of us want to talk about Katie.
I managed to speedrun a game during this time.
Let me speed. Okay, fine.
That was like 2 hours ago.
Anybody who wants me to speedrun Katie Joy. She was part of Non Sequitur Show. She learned how to stream. That shit blew up. She accused Steve of shit to help Kyle out. When she failed at doing so because Kyle's a piece of shit, she decided that she was gonna go into a completely different direction and bullshit over there instead of over here. She has since failed at bullshitting over there, and pretty much everybody from every community she's ever been a part of has accused her of being a grifter. On top of that, she is getting sued. She has been sued in the past, and she has continued to be getting sued. Currently, the suing has been the people have been suing her have been
Multiple litigants.
Yes, the multiple litigants, thank you, have been Todd Chrisley and Steve McRae, and allegedly there are 3 others of which we do not know the names of yet, and I assure you, as soon as that shit goes public, I will read it for you, because she got into litigation with Toddy Westbrook, but that went fucking south because of some bullfuckery. So once that bullfuckery is, out of the way, hopefully this current shit will not have bullfuckery around, and I will follow it as best as I can. I'm gonna hit play so we can get the fuck through this, because as soon as the 7 minutes over, or the 7 minutes is fucking over with, I'm out of here. I drank a whole fucking bottle. Get me out.
Prove to us it wasn't Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
It's not a real bottle. It's a half
Listen,
of a bottle.
if you want to join my Discord or my membership, please, 1, Trigglypuff's in the chat for how triggered I am about this bullshit. But 2nd, please join our Discord so you can understand what I'm saying when I'm like, Jack, please, I need you to
$20
to dom
super
this
chat for
shit
Chess to
because
start a
I'm
new
fucking,
bottle.
I need to lose control of this.
Dude,
nonsense.
that only
Please help
looks
me.
like a real bottle because she's so tiny. That is a half of a bottle at most.
Sorry, Chesh, what were you saying?
Nothing? I didn't say anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm hitting play.
Fuck you. I want to watch the live stream.
There you go.
It was not a fake screenshot. It was his real account. We verified it was his real account.
Okay, so Katie Joy didn't know how to stream until Boole taught her to, so I would really like to know who taught her how to recognize what is and is not a real account when it comes to emails.
But you can't make up an email account. You just get the one.
You can't spoof email accounts. We learned nothing from the fucking Creepshow art situation.
Right?
Can we get a fuck StarCraft in the chat for spoofers?
Oh my! Do we have
Nikki would have got that.
Do we need like a fucking like icon for that shit? Because I can make one. I think I've got a spare one.
Push play.
I'm doing this because I want to, not because you told me to.
Was lied to by them when they found out that he was threatening her. It's my belief that they got nervous that she would say something and they made her think she wasn't talking to him, but it was really his account.
I am not trying to like
Music is so loud.
I am not trying to lengthen this by any means or make this last longer, but I see. I was wanting to watch a part of it because it's something I wanted to.
We're done. That was the end.
I know, but I want to watch the whole like last minute again.
No.
Oh my god, no.
We now have a video clip of you saying that you want to hit play on a Katie Joy video.
Yeah. Because there's something that she's doing, especially there's something that she was doing specifically while she was wearing that hat that would signify.
You mean futzing with it? You mean like she's messing with it and she won't stop messing with it?
It's like a soothing action. It's something that somebody would do to like signify that they're being like
okay, all right. Let me be clear about something because I want to be clear about something now that half of the people have given up on this 4-hour stream. And I wanted to be sure that they fucked off before I said anything about this. I wanted to be sure that me or somebody that actually knew what the fuck was going on were the ones who were going to talk about this instead of people like fucking Nate speculating.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know anything about it. I was just wondering if anybody
you don't know shit.
Oh, I don't know anything. I was just wondering if anybody noticed. So she was doing it every time she had a hat on. It was nonstop the whole time.
Yeah.
Playing with that hat. Wouldn't stop.
Yeah.
Do us a super cut of just all the hat things that you saw.
I did. She didn't. So that was it. Like it wasn't stopping. It was the same thing, same gesture, the whole time.
She was. It was futzing with like how much it was bent constantly.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I can't like criticize someone for having weird like ticks because I mean I've been sitting the whole time twiddling shit in my fingers. So
there's a difference between twiddling and like having like a stress ball or like futzing with something versus like something that is very much a tell of someone being uncomfortable. Because there's a difference between somebody being uncomfortable as a human versus being like somebody being uncomfortable with what they're saying. So like some people are just uncomfortable people. Like some people are just like, hey, listen, this is the way I am and I'm uncomfortable with the way I'm being and I'm just an uncomfortable person. And so I fiddle in general. But the thing is that you fiddle in general all the fucking time. Like in general, you fiddle. And then there's another thing between KJ who doesn't fiddle every single time, but is very obvious when she does start futzing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you make a very, very good point there.
I've heard. I mean, I don't know about anything because, like I said, I don't know. But I've heard
I don't know
something
about anything. End of sentence. Clipped.
End the live stream. Good night, guys.
Well, like to differentiate about fiddling with something in your hands versus like a hat, but it's about something about fiddling with something close to your face.
Oh yeah. People will fiddle with hair. People will fiddle with glasses.
Yeah, no. Oh my god.
Will like rub their chin or like scratch their beard. Oh, there was a habit.
I feel personally attacked. Will you please stop?
If it makes it feel any better, when I was in high school and like slightly after high school, I got people giving me shit because I would like rub the side of my face. When I was like, if I was talking, I'd be like, if I was thinking or contemplating something, I would do one of these or I'd do one of these. And one of the reasons I would do it was because the majority of the people I hung out with in high school were men. They were boys. And so they all had, like, itchy beards. Yeah. And it's not that they were itching their beards because they were uncomfortable. They were itching their beards because they were itchy, because they were growing, and they were new, and they weren't used to it.
Yeah, it's not an affectation. It's an irritation.
Exactly. So they were doing this, and I picked it up just habitually because it was something they would do. So I would be, in high school, I picked this up, and in college, I would sit there and be like, well, you know... this thing, and I would be contemplating something, and I would scratch at the side of my I don't have any face hair. Do you have any idea how happy I would be if I could grow a fucking mustache? I would lose my goddamn mind.
Transition?
Right?
Come on, I cannot deal with that image. Please.
I would lose my shit if I had actually the capability of growing a legit mustache.
Fucking Dick Dastardly mustache on his face? Oh my god, please.
Oh, we can make it happen.
We have the technology.
That's next.
Oh, shh. Hold on. Okay. Scoundrel?
We gotta play like random
Okay, listen. You guys have
healing
to
videos.
vote.
We need healing videos.
Why don't you just turn into Repsion, since you so clearly that's what you're trying to do?
Oh my god.
I would like to point out real quick that I am way less sexist than Repsion is. So Smarty, Rose, Scoundrel, Casanova. I'm going you know what? Fuck your opinion. I'm picking Casanova. Fuck you. Bite my ass. But I picked up this habit of rubbing the side of my face when I was thinking, because the guys, I hung around with the majority of men and guys when I was in high school and college, and so I got in the habit of rubbing my face when I had like something I was contemplating, right? Because my mind is distracted, and so I'm indulging in physical itches or physical bothers, right?
Mm-hmm. Dude, it's fucked up because it doesn't match your hair color. It's like...
Oh, fuck off! I did my best. It matched my shirt. Does that count? No? Does the curtain match the drapes?
I mean, you can't do that on this stream.
Yeah, join my OnlyFans and my Pornhub account. Okay, alright. Okay, so you guys have probably seen the response.
Sorry, but unless you have a motherless account, I don't give a shit.
Bitch, did you see the picture that I posted on fucking Discord?
I'm not one of your fucking simps, Chesh.
The fuck you're not. You're in the Discord.
I am. I saw it.
Right? Okay.
So, Chesh, I did masturbate like 6 times, but that was the limit.
Only 6. Got it. Okay, so for those of you who saw Res Rhetoric's post about Unirock being kind of probably pretty well misogynistic and saying my haircut was essentially you've joined a cult, which is kind of weird, but those were not all of the pictures. There was like a handful of them, and the black and whites do not really do justice about what is and is not actually skin, because you can kind of just use white underneath. If you see a colored picture, the gaps between those the black and white pictures, so if you see like the roses and stuff on those pictures, the gaps between those roses and lattice sort of design is actually skin. That's all skin. That's all flesh. There's no there's no flesh color underneath that piece of cloth, let's say. For anybody who cares. The question is whether we get a Katie Joy version.
With the mustache.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly very, very sheer, but yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say besides post the pictures so we can see.
Are you saying that I need to post the pictures again with the mustache?
Sure.
All right. I'm a nice guy.
That might be preferable.
I'm a nice guy. I will move over. Okay, listen. I can't go over to the not safe for work because I can't trust you motherfuckers for what you've actually put in there. So I'm gonna make an invis.
Excuse me. Every single image in the not safe for work channel room is 100% above the board.
It's definitely appropriate for the not safe for work, but I can't put it on YouTube. You fucking... You know what? I can't complain because you guys have been so good to me about what you've posted in the voice chat, like the voice channel shenanigans. So what I'm gonna do is I will post the pictures of me from that photo shoot, and I'll post those for the outside during the stream, and we will end on that. Does that sound fair? I feel like that sounds fair.
Do it.
Okay.
Sounds fair.
That
sounds like
fair?
a good note to end on. Way better than
what
we
if
had
you
to go through.
What if you shared those like 6 circles or whatever it was?
Oh, fuck off! Alright. Okay, so once upon a time, back before Team Skeptic decided he wanted to threaten people and tell people to go kill themselves, I showed up on one of his live streams where he told me that I should hang out with his son to talk about Dragon Ball Z. And in that stream, I had sent him a private message of my art of 7 circles, and he on his own decided that he wanted to show those pictures, and so he did, and he fucking got himself goddamn fucking clocked on YouTube. So I will post these pictures and y'all can go fuck yourselves, and that's how we're gonna end the stream today.
It's been great.
You can all talk while we're doing this. I'm just gonna click through these. So, say any last words? Say what do you have going on? What do you want to promote? And we're gonna get the fuck out of here. So go ahead.
That's bold of you to assume I have anything going on.
Do you mind if I trash while you're doing this?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so I'm just talking shit through most of this. I don't really give a shit about most of what's happening, TBH. Most of my life revolves around gaming and gaming charity marathons in particular. So if anyone's interested in speedrunning or gaming in general, I would suggest you check out ESA Marathon. It's twitch.tv/ESA Marathon. Right now is happening is BSG. It's BSG Annual. So BSG is the Benelux Speedrunner Gathering. And that is a monthly event usually, but this is the annual event, so it runs all week long instead of just a couple of days. I have already run a game yesterday. I ran Tenchu, Stealth Assassins, a PS1 game. And,
wait, like Tenchu,
Friday,
is that the same? Is that the same game as like Tenchu Z came from?
Exactly, the same franchise.
Okay.
There was Wrath of Heaven, Stealth Assassins, Birth of the Ninjas, whatever it was called in the PS2, PS1. And it's just a week-long speedrun event. There's a lot of, and it's going all to charity. Like any donations are going to charity. So if you want to check that out, it's so twitch.tv/ESA Marathon. And thanks a lot, Chesh, for having us, because this has been really fun.
It has been a lot of silly. I agree with that. Does anybody have anything else that is shenanigans going on?
I don't. I used to stream on Twitch a lot, but I really kind of want to again. But I'm working out my health situation right now, and I'm really hoping that I will be able to again.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping for the best, and maybe I'll stream some Final Fantasy 14 someday. It seems like I really like that game, and it's easy on my hands, so because I can play it with the controller.
Nice.
And
I might be into playing that as well at some point. So
maybe you guys should play it together.
I'm on the Aether thing, the one that server things start with an A, North American. Well, that probably doesn't help for anybody who wants to.
I actually don't have a copy. I just I thought it might be because I played Neverwinter years ago, and I quite enjoyed that.
You can play the base game and the first expansion for free.
Yeah, I definitely think I'll check it out. Just tag me on send me an at or whatever on Discord and let me know. Or remind me because I'm tired.
Oh, fair enough. I'll wrap it up here. KJ is kind of full of shit, and I have every expectation that Steve and Todd Chrisley are gonna whip her fucking ass left, right, and center, and I'm here for it. I have no intention of making any claims. I have no intention of getting involved in this lawsuit, but I have every intention of reading every single public document or document that goes public about it. I'll see you guys when it is what it is, and I'm Audi 5000, and
what it do?
And we'll see you guys on Wednesday for something called organizational bullshit, which is
what about the Nuzlocke run? What about?
Oh, fuck off! Don't. Everybody is dead. Get over it. Everybody died.
Infinite Caterpies.
Oh my god, you asshole! All right, listen. Bite me. Art coming soon. Charity streams for Dungeons and Dragons every other Monday, so not this Monday, but next Monday. And also, super chats appreciated. Anybody who became a member, much appreciated. The links to join the Discord are on the community tab, so please feel free to join. I try to post those regularly, so if you have a Discord link that doesn't work, let me know, because it does expire after like a week or so, and I'll be more than happy to renew it. KJ is full of shit. Steve and Todd are going to run her ragged on both of these because she's super duper fucked, because she did not think about a goddamn thing before she said it. And
Snake, you've created a time paradox. It's repeating over again.
Snake! I really want to know a quick question for people who are like Matt Dillhunty and Shannon Q, who are part of the line and part of the ACA. I just really think it's a fair question to be like, hey, are you still friends with KJ and Kyle? Because this has been going on for like 2 years, and that's since you've been friends with and since you've been supporting them. And yeah,
I don't know
Al's
about it.
right.
What is that?
I haven't been paying attention, and you know, Jimmy said that he was willing to talk about the non sequitur stuff when there was a judgment, and there's been a judgment, so I'm just really curious about whether or not he's still friends with Kyle, and I'm really curious to know whether or not you and GE and KC are also friends with Kyle, and whether or not you're also friends with Jimmy, and whether or not you're also friends with KJ, because you're all super duper fucking close, and I'd really like to fucking know, since you were all super duper close.
For the love of Christ, stop!
No! Alright.
Oh, Kyle's gonna go to jail. He'll be out soon.
Listen. This is just, I'm invested in your relationships with each other because you made them public and you said they were really important.
Okay, Tesh, I will get my sub to message you. I think you will get along very well.
Oh. Yeah, that sounds like a decent distraction. I'll get out of here.
We'll play some tabletop sim one night.
That's what we need. Bring back Beat Saber.
Chesh, I bought a copy of tabletop sim for you. So you, me, and my sub will play a game.
Listen, if anybody wants to make me happy, go watch our Dungeons and Dragons game where I get to play a very super duper condescending cat lady. Or
buy you a Switch.
Yeah, that would work. Or, like, listen, if KJ doesn't want me to talk about her nonsense, if she sent me a Switch, that would be a pretty good way to get me to stop me to shut the fuck up. Stop talking about me. Here's a Switch. Here's a special edition Switch
Monster
with a fucking... Not even... Just listen, here's Legend of Zelda, here's the DLC, and also here's Legend of Zelda 2 when it comes out, and I'll be like... Katie, who? What are you talking about? I'm busy.
Korok?
I gotta go find Koroks.
We can be bought.
Alright, quick confession time.
Yes.
I've been in this live stream for 5 hours. I still have no idea who Casey Joy is.
Fair.
Good job.
You know what? You're better than all of us.
Yes. Mission complete.
You get an achievement. Ba-da-da-doop. Avoiding bullshit. Alright. Let's get the fuck out of here. I'm done. This is bullshit. I've been live way too long. I need to take a nap, and I drank my whole bottle of wine except for this little part of the glass. I'm gonna go to bed. Fuck
Good night,
everybody.
Josh.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone else.
Good night.
I hope everybody has a really good day. I hope everybody had a good day at work who was there. I don't know what time it is where you are.
I'm about to play some Pokemon Snap.
Motherfucker!
Follow me on Twitch.
And not only do I not have a Switch, but I don't have the new Pokemon Snap, and I'm so offended by this right now. I'm so mad. Alright.
You're too invested.
We'll see you guys later.
Katie sending you Zelda.
If this does not make it clear that we don't actually give two shits about what's going on with Katie Joy, I have no idea what will. I'm wearing a fake fucking mustache at this point, and I'm fucking getting the fuck out of here.
Oh shit, that was fake?
Oh my god! Okay. Bye, everybody.
Did the cover mesh break?